Little boy, you should be in your father's arms tonight. Little boy, today the darkness stole your light. And oh, little boy, this never should have happened to a boy. A little boy, I'm sure you're glad it's over, but our hearts are broken without you here. And I heard your mama crying, and I heard the wings of 20 angels flying. There ain't nothing that I can say. Little girl, your presents wrapped, they're waiting for you. Little girl, this house so still, so sad without you. Little girl, this never should have happened to a girl. A little girl, you need to know we're sorry, and our hearts are broken without you here. Today a nation's crying, and I heard the wings of 20 angels flying. Are there any words to say? Would you give new life and then steal it back? Is this all part of the plan? Is this your sovereignty? Were they really called home? No, it can't be that simple. We've wrestled with you, now we crawl away crippled. And I heard our Father crying, and I heard the wings of 20 angels flying.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs blown. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man, and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name, like Creflo. Naja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, on potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown. Trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as in desert comes slow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown. Trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know. Breaking status quo, reaping what I sow. Artistry like Django, get it from my mama hip. So thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown. Trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as in desert comes slow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown. Trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see everyone today. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Chuchi, for welcoming everyone in with a warm welcome. It is an early show today, guys. Usually I'm on a late night, but I wanted to start doing it 2 shows a day as much as I can until I get to back to Tennessee, right, for the gathering of voices. um, I know we kind of call it a protest because that's easy for people to know what that is. I mean, many of us know what a protest is. But more or less, I look at it as coming together for a common cause. And that common cause is Sebastian. He's been missing, he will be missing for 2 years. At that point, it's the 2 year anniversary. So, hello, little Miss Sharon. Thanks so much for being here. I know that you had to get some sleep in. I know it's difficult. That's like why I always like to do the 2 shows. Um, and I kind of got out of the groove of that with the holiday and after my trip from Tennessee the last time because we just kind of dove into Devlin's case even more and was trying to get more exposure. Hey, Gina, thanks so much for being here. Hey, Orb, good to see you. Also, Deanna D, nice to see you, Deanna D. Hey, Gail, good to see you. We are Sebastian's army. That's right, Gail. Thank you. And Devlin's army, too. I've been also working on a lot of things with Devlin behind the scenes. Sasha, so good to see you. Hey, wait, what? Oh, I'm so glad you're here. That's right. Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers. I know, wait, what? It gets so busy. I'm always glad when you guys can watch it on the replay or catch a live when you can. And again, that's why I like to do the day shows because I know not everybody is up late. So, hey, Wendy, good to see you. So good to see you, Witchy Mama. Thank you for being here. And Mama is here. Elaine, so good to see you. Thank you for being here, Shadow. Aw, good to see you. Hey, well, I was about to call you Mimi Ma, but Sandy, good to see you. Lady Freedom, the protesters, summertime events, unless it's something major here in, in Minnesota, the weather here makes us, yeah, resilient. Oh, I bet. I wonder if our phones would even work, in terms of streaming, because, if they get really, really cold or really, really hot, they don't like to work very well. So I know the protests in the summertime are always a challenge, right? And then as well as the winter time. I would imagine it would be the same way, Witchy. That's funny. Yeah, and Minnesota is cold, cold, cold. Hey, Bo, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, Marie. Marie says, Marie, don't be a douchebag. I like your name there, Marie. That's funny. I have my hotel booked now, and I need to get my anxiety under control to get on a plane. Deanna, you're not kidding. That's why I drive because I'm like I am not getting on a plane. I mean, I will. It's not that I won't. It's faster. I don't know. I just last time when I drove, it was really nice just driving straight through. And I also just, played a bunch of podcasts. I was listening to everybody chatter, of course, about PigFest, and then I got into some other true crime podcasts that I didn't even know existed because I was just playing, when I was driving. So, hey, Mama Marissa, good to see you. Thank you for being here. More likely not to work due to frozen fingers. Well, that too. Yeah, really, exactly. And some of those gloves you could still do your cell phone, but they're not as warm, obviously, because there's less warmth. And Bo's here. Good to see you, Bo. Gail says, I've been thinking since the Cajun Navy found RJ, what would have happened in Sebastian's and Devlin's case if they were turned loose to search. Yeah, Gail, I know. Um, I really feel that comment because when I saw that this morning, well, for one, I loved Smiley's post. Also, Justin made a really good post about RJ, so I probably should have posted one before the other, but I saw one before the other, and I just had to post it, right? Repost it. Um, so they did find a little boy named RJ who was missing, and to the best of my knowledge, he ran away from a horrible situation at home. And the only way that he would go back is if they promised him that he'd never have to go back home again, which is very sad. It's I don't even know if there's a word for it, you know? It's gut wrenching. And I hope they keep their promise. I hope they protect him, and I hope they watch whoever they put him with like a hawk, because he deserves to be in a place where he feels safe, loved, and where he doesn't have to look over his shoulder. Um, Absolutely sad. But I'm so glad that they found him. United Cajun Navy was involved. One thing about Devlin's case, and I know it's really tough, um, because they did refer out. Well, they referred back to the local search group. And I have so much faith in that local search group. Um, I have a lot of faith in that group. I can't say a whole lot because um, I don't want to kind of let the cat out of the bag, so to speak. But searches will be resuming for Devlin. Again with the weather in Michigan, it's just it's tough, right? They're like they keep having blizzards up there. I don't know what it's like out right now, but I do know that there are local groups that are searching for Devlin. Um, they've never been threatened by the family. So that's a big one. That's a big one. We see something different in Sebastian's case, where we have the Proudfoots or whoever they decided to have go out and threaten the United Cajun Navy, which tells me that they might have been on the right track whenever they were threatened, wherever they were threatened. I don't know, all the ins and outs of it, but I do know that they were threatened because they made a public statement saying that they were threatened, right? And then they pulled out of the search. And so Sebastian was left high and dry. I had to delete a comment from the video that I posted, and I'm going to continue to post those videos because the more people who post, right, the more people who spread awareness about this gathering of voices, excuse me, the better. So the more people who know about it, the more locals and more people who are out of town who can plan for it, like our beautiful Deanna is planning for this. Um, we need to do this. We need to do this. It's so important. And the main reason why we need to do it is because the Proud Feet are saying that it's stupid and there's no reason to do that, and that's not going to do anything. Well, if protest didn't do anything, then why do people protest? Why would we gather? Why would that be part of our constitutional right in this great country if it didn't do anything? Oh, and Katie, if you don't want us protesting outside, maybe you should tell us where you think we should look for Sebastian. Because I would rather do a search party and try to find your son. But of course, you got those dead fish eyes up there. You could care less. She was on a panel, guys. I don't know if you got a chance to listen to it, but I had to sit there and listen to it so I can get it out to you guys. 7 hours. 7 hours. And she sat there behind Chris and she just said her sweet little nothings that she wanted to say in the background like she always does. What a fucking joke. And guess what? I know it's day court, but we're about to have some F-bombs been dropped. I'm so sick and tired of this gross negativity. And if you're going to put in my comments that Sebastian is no longer with us and that another creator is willing to say it, but nobody else is, where have you been in the last couple of weeks? Because I'm pretty sure maybe even the last month, people have been talking about the possibility that the Proudfeet or someone connected to them could have put Sebastian or something leading to his disappearance in the cemetery. In the cemetery. So I don't know where you've been, but your comment got deleted because you said Dolly's the only one that's willing to say it. Well, guess what? We don't have any proof of that. And until we have proof of that, I'm going to maintain that Sebastian is out there somewhere. I hope he knows that his father is looking for him, which is more than I can say for his mother. She's a disgrace. 7 hours on a panel, and she says nothing about her missing son. She mocks the people that are getting on a plane. Deanna, thank you for sharing that you're having anxiety about that, because it isn't easy. It isn't easy to even go to that area knowing that they don't give a flying fuck about a young boy. But we're supposed to go there? Excuse me. Hey, Catherine. Excuse me. Where's your balls, Katie? And Chris's purse? Shadow, good to see you. I mean, I'm hot. Like right before, I got a couple hours of sleep, and then I turn around, I look at my phone, and I have some douchebag, right? A douche pimple talking about how I'm too stupid to realize that, yeah, I know it's been 2 years. Yeah, I know it's a very grim situation that we're in right now, but that doesn't mean we lose all hope. What about the little girl who survived up in Canada longer than she should have? Granted, she was only out there for what, 3 days? Little Claire? But she survived against all odds in the sweltering heat with nothing to eat or drink. So don't tell me that I need to lose hope, and don't come to my channel with that bullshit, because it's not going to be welcomed here. Not at all. Thanks, Sandy. I just want you guys to remember, what's important, because it's so easy to listen to all this chatter and all this crap, and then you have people backing it up, right? Is this normal to any of you? It's not normal to me. It's not normal to me that you have bullies of YouTube siding with two parents who everyone knows are guilty as sin. There's not one single person, even they know it. Even they know it. That's why you could have heard a pin drop when Katie said that. Because everybody on that panel, if they weren't trying so hard to stick up for these people and put on a front, they would have said exactly what all of us were thinking when we heard that. Tell us where he is, Katie, and we'll go get him for you. Because she's the one that knows. She knows. She knows. And everybody knows that she knows, right? She's just refusing to say anything because she doesn't want to spend the rest of her life in prison, where she belongs, in my opinion. Sasha says, well, that interview with the Foot sounds like they are very deflated and not so cocky no more. Gee, I wonder why. Sasha, I felt that too. That's a great point. I did feel that. I felt like the fight was over in them. I think that they're almost done fighting, right? Except for, of course, Chris trying to, I mean, if you're going to call someone a chicken shit, Chris, you might call them that, like, to their face, right? Like put your face up there and show us all. Go ahead and get in the camera. But you're not going to do that, right? Because you're too much of a coward. I'd rather be a chicken shit than a coward. Oh, they're shamed. Oh my gosh, I mean, and it's so shameful that they were run out of Hendersonville. Like they were literally run. I'm assuming Witchy that we're talking about the Cajun Navy. They were run out of town. right? Because we don't want justice in our town. That's what it says to the whole world, right? But we're not supposed to talk about it? I don't think so. I don't know, Sandy, because that's the thing with Devlin. Devlin's case has many more options than Sebastian's does, in my opinion, right? Because we have we have a kid that's a little older, right? He was just shy of his 19th birthday, fully able to run, go leave if he wants to. We have access to the internet. He was running the streets, right? Even though it's the streets of Lake Odessa, right? A little bit different than like a big city or something. I'm not saying he was, downtown New York or anything. I'm just saying he was running the streets. So there's so many more options with Devlin because, you know, his family, although suspicious, in my opinion, aren't the aren't the only options on the list. We'll just say that. So, um, it's such a blessing and a miracle, Witchy. It really is. And thank God that he was able to get somewhere. I don't know all the ins and outs again, but at least he was able to get somewhere where he could make those stipulations and say, "Hey, I'll go home as long as I don't have to go home." Right? Like you guys, you found me, and that's the saddest part, Witchy. And I think that that's a strong possibility for Devlin as well. Either maybe he ran because he didn't want to deal with court, or he might just not want to go home. That's a very strong possibility. And when I say home, I mean I'm even talking about his mother's everywhere. You know, yeah, I think law enforcement is well aware, though. Sasha, that's my understanding that law enforcement is well aware of all of this, and that's the thing that's very frustrating. We're going to get a little bit into that later because there was a statement that was put up at the 18-month mark when Seth went out to protest himself. And all of the beautiful community members that came out, our friends Jen and Jeff, um, everyone that went out and stood with Seth, and it was a small number of people. um, you know, we need more people, but the people who were there did a beautiful job of representing Sebastian's army, and that's all that we can ask for. And what brave people. I mean, you had people, I went back and watched Jen's coverage of that protest, and you had a grown ass man. No offense to this man. I'm not trying to knock you down, sir. But here's the thing. We have ladies who are not afraid to stand up. But you have a grown man who's like, "Oh, I don't know. I'd rather talk about the leg that was found. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm glad what you guys are doing out here, but no, don't get me on camera. I don't want to say anything." I mean, what the fuck is that? Come on. We need balls. Everybody get your balls out. Tina girl, good to see you. Hey, Pebbles. Hey, Doodle Mom. Thank you, Doodle Mom. I'm so glad. I love your avatar. I love your avatar. Yes. So thank you. And I'm so glad that you will be there to support Sebastian, to support Seth, right? Because if I was missing or if my child was missing, I would hope you guys would go out there for me, even if you didn't know me, even if I wasn't on here, just a person. We're talking about a person, a young man, 17 now. Um, you know, in Monkey's case, it just shows, Sasha, that the police have more information. They do. They do. And that's part of the faith that we have to keep, even though they've not given us any reason to trust them, in my opinion. Thanks, Pebbles. Katie, where is Sebastian, in my opinion? Where is Sebastian? Where is Sebastian? I believe they know where he is, Carolina. And the thing is if they can get up there all smug and pull their crap, I'm here to tell you, Katie wouldn't have lawyered up if she wasn't scared out of her wits, and she should be. That's why she's little miss back in the back. Oh, I mean, it's gross. But they know exactly where he is, and they think it's funny to sit there and mock other people for their efforts. And that is really disgusting because most people that are guilty will sit back and they would never even dare to step foot anywhere, right? I mean, look at Nicole Kessinger. She went into like witness protection or hiding or something, but we haven't heard or seen from her in quite a while. I know people will say, "Oh, she's here, she's there." She might be, but most people don't have that kind of audacity, right? It's not balls, it's audacity. It's fake, right? She wants everybody to think that she's doing just fine. Okay, Katie, keep telling yourself that. I don't see KP and CP do anything. What do they want people to do? Just stop, right? Well, and I mean, I don't know, Tina. You would think that she would be overcome with emotion if I didn't have anything to do with my child's disappearance. I would be grateful for anyone who was willing to come out after 2 years. Most stories drop off, right? And a new story will come along where people are really interested in that news story and they want to talk about it and they want justice. And not a lot of people have a kind of following of loyal people who are following a case like Sebastian does. Summer Wells is another child who people have not forgotten. Monkey Vaughn is another person or another child who people have not forgotten, but the reason why is because of his mother, right? The reason why is because of Seth. Summer, I think it's just, her cuteness and, you know, the way that her parents turned it into a total shit show. So it's interesting to people. And that makes people mad, even so, and they want justice for that little girl. And this is who I'm talking about when I talk about Summer Wells. Give me 1 second. Right? We see her standing with no hair in front of a burn barrel that says for sale. Disgusting. And when Chris McDonough went there, that arrow, that's the same barrel, but it was flipped over so he wouldn't know. Absolutely gross. Absolutely gross. I mean, there's just no proof of it, Doodle Mom. There's no proof at all that Sebastian is not alive, and I need to see proof too. I need to see that. I want a smoking gun to say, okay, this is where he's at, right? And if we had that, we would be doing a search instead of a gathering of voices. So if the police don't want us standing outside of their, police station, maybe they could give us something productive to do, Katie. Because to me, that's the most productive thing that we can do is sit there in solidarity with signs up, justice for Sebastian. Where is Sebastian? That's the peaceful way to handle things. It's the correct way to handle things since we don't know where he is. We don't even have a spot. Just like I was telling you guys before. Jen said, "Where do you want to go?" to me. And I said, "I don't know. I don't even know where to start." All we know is that Sebastian left the Texas Roadhouse, right? That's the last time we saw Sebastian was leaving the Texas Roadhouse. We don't have any type of anything to say that he made it home. The neighbor said that they can't see it. It's too grainy. It's just a silhouette, right? And that's a neighbor telling us what the neighbor who has the camera told her, right? So we don't even have anything solid there either, right? Yeah, it's hearsay, right? But the person who actually saw Sebastian, I'm using air quotes, on camera taking the trash out, they can't even say that that's Sebastian. His own father saw it, and he says, I don't know if that's Sebastian or not. There's no proof. Just like Lie Tisha, just like Lie Tisha. And she wanted a public apology too, Witchy Mama. I mean, there's so many statements that just echo her that Chris Proudfoot has said, you know? Crystal's purse. Oh goodness. I love that with the CH. Did they even say anything about Sebastian? No, they didn't say anything about Sebastian at all, Tina. No, nothing. They talked about everybody else. Everybody else. And I sat there. I sat there for 7 hours and I listened to it so I could edit it down for you guys. Um, so you can listen to it. Um, saying that last time Silvers was there, they got his plate number. I mean, I don't want to exact quote it because, like I said, I mean, I really needed a barf bag and like one of those little cold water compress things that you put on your head after listening to that shit show. It's disgusting, right? It's gross. They talked nothing about Sebastian. Katie didn't even offer up any places for us to look. Well, if you want to be more productive, you can start looking for him in the woods. Or if you want to be more productive, you can start knocking on people's doors. What would you want us to do that, Katie? Because you said he might be in a basement somewhere. Yeah, I'll take my chances outside Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Carolina says, I feel in my heart Chris convinced Katie that Sebastian was a risk to Faith. That is how they rationalized taking his life. You know, I've gone back and forth with that, Carolina, because I understand statistically that after a certain amount of time, the outcome is not positive in the person still being alive after 2 years, right? Especially when it's a young person who is dependent upon their caregivers to take care of them. And I know that if we are looking and sticking to the facts of this case, then we can definitely deduct that we're not dealing with nice people, that we are not dealing with parents who care about the well-being of their child or their best interests, that there was an ultimatum given and it's either him or me. But I still don't know that he's not somewhere where they're keeping him away from his father, right? Or they put him into some sort of home or a school, I should say, not a home, more like a school, um, because some of these schools are super secretive and they will keep children for their parents because they have behavioral, right? Again, air quote, um, issues. Because we all know that Sebastian's behavioral issues couldn't have been that out of control. We saw him on the Texas Roadhouse video. Hey, KP, what family members help you besides CP? He's just asking for a couple friends. Well, that's the thing. They all work together, Pebbles. And that's another great point. That is something that we know to be true about the Proudfeet and the Foot Clan, so to speak. They all work together and they've enlisted the help of these YouTubers to help them out as well, right? To bring them up on the panel and to normalize having two people who are, in my opinion, prime suspects, right? Maybe not so much Chris, but even the police, they're allowing for the Foot Clan, the stinky Foot Clan, who does work together, to just get away with it. And it's wrong. And there's no one in their right mind that thinks it's okay or normal besides these creepy ass YouTubers. And when I say creepy ass YouTubers, I am more than entitled to say that because they've come after me as well in real life, right? So much so that they were going to get back to Mr. Crispy about their stalking and harassing me, except for I got 2 lifetime restraining orders on them. So that shit stopped real quick, right? And then Mr. Crispy didn't want to be involved in that anymore, right? He wanted to back out of that one real quick because I can get a restraining order here in Florida against anyone I want in the United States of America. That includes you, Crispy. So try it. I'm not afraid of you. Hey, Bliss, or hey, Bless in Florida. I always get you in Bliss, not mixed up. I know you guys are separate, but I almost always say Bliss Blessings, but Blessed in Florida. So good to see you. Hashtag Huckleberry. Chris and his advice. Oh, I know. Oh, let me help you out. That's what he said when he got up on the panel, Doodle Mom. Let me help you out. I mean, who talks to their friends like that? If I talked to Jen like that, I hope she'd slap me. I hope she'd say, "Here, let me help you out, smack." Come on. Who talks to people like that? Condescending asshole narcissists. That's who. You have to prepare your heart for both, Gail, and I understand that. Yeah. In Sebastian and Devlin's cases, but I continue to pray and hope. That's right. And I will not work with anybody who is going to tell the mother of a missing child, just like I told Jessica in Devlin's case. I will never work with somebody like that that's telling you that he's dead. How do they know? They don't. And shame on them. Shame on them. I don't work with people that do that to families of the missing. I do not, and I will not. It's not okay. Right? Unless you have some proof, I don't want to hear that. I don't think I'm not going to listen to that. Yeah, the hard questions are coming, Sandy. Exactly. Pebbles says he sure is a coward. I agree. And so is Katie. Katie is thank you. There she goes. Thank you, Pebbles. So is Katie. Yeah, she just sits there and hides behind him, you know. KP is just as guilty for letting CP do what he did. He didn't protect her own son. Well, and I agree, Tina. And who lets an ultimatum like that slide? Really? Because that would be a reason for me to kick somebody to the curb. I know, Shadow, and that's the way. That's why I look at it just like that. You know, and for people to come over and well, Dolly says this. Okay, well, great for him. I haven't watched Dolly in a long time, and I have good reasons for that. Narita, good to see you. Oh, I know. See, I love being here for the day crew. And I apologize that I can't be here more often. We're gonna start doing more of this, coming up here. Um, Detective Carter would have never taken cadaver dogs to the cemetery area. He would have had a live scent dog looking for Sebastian's scent. I guarantee 100%. I see it. The horrible debacle he was handed. Well, and I will say too, Sasha, at first they're not looking for like a dead child, right? In my opinion, they were not looking for, they're looking for Sebastian like, oh, he ran away, right? He got out. He wondered. Stupid ass Chris. He wandered away. Yeah, right. We thought he wandered away, right? That's what they wanted us to believe that he wandered off. No, he didn't. And so they were using bloodhounds and scent hounds. And gosh, Jules, I'm sorry if I say it wrong. Where's Jules? But no, they were looking for a live person, so they weren't bringing in the cadavers right away, and they wouldn't have, because they were still looking for Sebastian, as if he had just wandered away. I don't know, Tina, and I crack jokes too, so I can't say much, but I just think that some of the things that are said over there are way off. So I just don't listen. Hey Ann, good to see you. I only listen to people I like, guys. I'm not a big one to hate watch. Although, when Chris and Katie make their grand debut, almost 2 years in, and want to talk about all the people who are actually doing something to find Sebastian. Look, I might not agree with all of the theories. I can't agree with all the theories, because if I did that, you guys would say, well, you're just a yes girl, and you just say yes to everything everybody says. I'm not built that way. I have a brain of my own. I will always use that brain to the best of my ability, right? And I'm always going to be honest with you guys. So, there's things that I'm not going to be on board with, but I'm going to support anyone who is actually trying to find Sebastian, you know? And he could have been afraid because he got in trouble. Yeah, because he was in trouble. I agree with that. Well, they made so many mistakes at first, Sasha. So many mistakes. So, yeah, and that's what it is too. It's about the views. It's about the clicks and the views and how many people. Well, it's good. Everybody wants the awareness out there, right? Everybody wants if you believe something, you know, then at least stand on it, right? And stay steady on that. And keep me moving forward with it. That's the only thing that we can do, because none of us know. None of us know for sure. If any of us knew for sure, we would gladly give Sebastian back to his dad, right? I mean, obviously his mom doesn't care. It's very apparent. 7 hours and you do not plead for your son, not one time. The hell is wrong with you, Katie? What in the hell is actually wrong with you? Dead fish eyes, Katie, right? Ran over the Texas Roadhouse with this guy to get the footage of you and your son eating. Why? Why, Katie? Why'd you have to get down there so fast? You were there. Dead eyes. Look at those dead eyes. Ugh. It's like staring into the freaking devil's eyes. It's disgusting. I know, Gina. Yes, he did. He called Mob Bubba in his crazy rant. Bubba, like Katie calls Sebastian, in my opinion. I mean, wasn't that weird? I mean, I don't know if Chris was watching, but I don't know. I would love to know if he got like some sort of a weird chill at that very moment when that was said, like kind of telepathically, like, woo, you know what I mean? Because, wow, what a friggin' creep. I know. And he's like, listen here, Bubba, calling people chicken shit. You're a chicken shit, Chris. You're the one that's a chicken shit hiding behind Clue, hiding behind White Boy Lockdown Radio, right? Because you have other people do your dirty work for you. You sick fuck. I mean, sick, 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 sick. He sure did, KJ Mac. I mean, come on. What the hell? And it's built to enrage us, right? It's built to outrage us. It's built to have everybody talking about them. He said about the guy that was found, because they decided that the topic of conversation that would be appropriate would be to talk about a grave robber, right, out of Pennsylvania. And Chris goes, well, at least he's going out famous. Really? No, Chris, that's called infamous. Again, you get it wrong, perv boy. I'm not pervy. I'm not pervy. Disgusting. Sasha says, or he got a little too comfortable and something tragic occurred. I don't know. Devlin, can you please email Lady Freedom? She does not reveal sources, I promise. Yeah, Sasha, thank you for saying that too. Um, the thing about Devlin too, Sasha, is I know that he would have the proper resources now that people understand what he was going through, right? Now that the world knows what he was really, really going through, I think that he would have the resources to get himself his own place, right? A small place that's manageable. Hey, you can cook ramen noodles, right? That's easy. That doesn't take very long at all. Thank you, Sasha. He's gonna be someone's Bubba in prison, Tina. Oh my gosh. The whole family belongs in prison. Yeah, they have a checkered history. And no one's perfect. We're all just human, but the way that they do things is to torture other people and to make them submit to what they want them to do. And that's why they team up with bullies like Clue, right? And the hate channels. That's what they do. Oh my gosh, Nero V, you know it. I promise there will be the biggest crying bubble when those shiny bracelets come out. And I think it's only a matter of time. I don't see what more the police are waiting for. All they need to do is listen to Katie, and that's the reason why they go up there and hide on a 7-hour live because they figure the police aren't going to listen to it. Right? But then we have people who are going to clip the shit out of it and send it straight to the police and say, really? Really? Is this who you're letting out in your community? I mean, they have to be the biggest disgrace. Guys, I was just there in October. That area is very nice. That area is well kept, right? It's not a trashy area, but yet you have this trash running the streets and running the town. It's sickening. It really is. I wish I could do more justice to bring this to you all. This area, Sumner County, Goodlettsville. It's just, the area is very nice. And there's some really, really good people there. Some of the best people I've met in my life live there. And to know that this trash runs their streets, it's got to be beyond sickening. And to see them come up on YouTube like this, most people probably wouldn't believe it unless they saw it themselves. Doodle Mom. Doodle Mom, I know I'm behind in chat now. She says I'll be there. I'll be there with my balls for sure. Right? Yeah, the only time, I mean, I carry my own balls in my own purse. Katie puts her balls in Chris's purse, lets him carry it around. Oh my goodness. That's right. No balls for the stank feet. Hey, Poppy Love. Hey, Mark. Good to see ya. Oh, well, Jonathan Riches found Brandon Shirtlifton did an interview while law enforcement was looking for. Oh, Sasha. They don't mind talking to YouTubers. The guilty do they love actually the guilty loves talking to YouTubers. I don't know why. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. She she tries to sound so sweet and innocent through her BS. Oh yeah, Doodle Mom. And then you got people in chat. Oh, Katie, your sweet little voice. Oh, okay. Lovely. Yeah, they're still stalking people who are searching. They are, Pebbles. No one's safe. I've warned people several times, like low key on an email, like just so you know, no matter what you think you are, if you think you're not a green team, you're a part of the green team. Like it's very strange. I didn't even know what the hell that meant, you know, and so that's why I'm very adamant about calling myself Sebastian's Army. right? Because I'm not a green team. I don't know what the hell that is. I know, sorry, Miss Ann. I put it on early, kind of early, about like 4:30 or 5. And then I caught some sleep right away after I posted it. So, um, yeah, I know. I'll be doing a late night show too tonight. I've never seen anything like it, Mark. Really, like who acts like them? Who acts like them? It's weird. And a mother at that, right? Katie wants this grand respect of being a mother, but look at her. Oh, I know. She doesn't, and she has no guilt whatsoever. That's how I could tell that she did something too. She knows where Sebastian is, otherwise, she would feel guilty because she was watching him, right? It was her weekend, so to speak, or her time with Sebastian, right? I mean, that's just any mother, any regular person, even if you were a babysitter, I would feel horrible if I lost someone's kid, even if it was overnight and everybody's supposed to be sleeping. You would still have you would still have that guilt, which is non-existent with Katie. Oh, her lawyer has to be livid when she does shit like this, Gina, because it's just making it harder on them, right? But then again, why would they care? They're going to get paid no matter what. Lawyers are a whole nother kind of breed of people, in my opinion. Um, they don't care as long as they're lining their pockets. But I mean, it does make it more difficult, for them and in their defense, right? But then again, Chris and Katie seem like they're really, really confident that Sebastian will never be found, you know? Oh yeah, they love it. They love the fear factor, right? They love being the baddest bitches on the block. Well, let me tell you, there's always you always meet your match. You always meet your match. Even if you think you're the biggest bitch on the block, there's a bigger bitch around the corner. Oh, it's so sick. Oh, and anybody want to take a wild guess where Chris Proudfoot got all of those text messages that were supposed to be private that he's going to release? I hope he does. Release them. Go ahead. Put them out there. Let's see it. You say you're going to do it, do it. Don't threaten me with a good time. Show me the proof. Oh, I have all these text messages. I'm about to release them. What a crock of shit. I'm sure your little friend Terry Lynn is the one that released all those text messages. She's been doing it for a while. Tina says, this makes me sick every time I see that poor baby girl had no chance at all. How could you sell your own child? How? I mean, Tina, going back and listening to what Don said, what a nasty old fart. Hey, Sam, good to see you. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Latest Buzzies a few days ago. Hey, Miss Chat. No, yes. So, okay, yes. Yes. I have a clip from that, and I'm working on getting the rest of the clips up on that. You know, um, oh, and not to mention, you know, they thought it was hilarious that Voices of Truth did a Carfax on them, on Katie's van, right? The company van. Yeah, real funny. I think it's sad that people have to try to go looking into you because the police won't. No, it does. I don't know if it shows them walking back in. That's the thing, Pebbles. Why won't they show us the video? They don't want to show us the video because if they show us the video, then we're gonna all call bullshit. That's the only reason why they wouldn't show it at this point. I think he took out the garbage. Why risk? They couldn't tell who was on the camera. Well, I mean, I could get down with that, Mark. I mean, because my number one theory is that Sebastian was taken in that silver sedan, right? Whatever that silver sedan was going up and down the street, that is the most solid information that my brain has been able to process. So that's where I go automatically, right? There's lights coming from the house. They meet up with the light source waiting, and then they go back to the house. There were two people in the house, right? For all intents and purposes. And then only one was there in the morning. So, just by reasoning and deductive reasoning, we can kind of come to that conclusion logically. But I don't know what happened to him next, right? Did they take him someplace to some kind of a school or whatever that they're just waiting till 18? I don't know. I don't know. They kept saying, oh, we didn't think it was going to get this big. We never thought it was going to get this big, you know? So, are we misusing emojis? KJ, that's never happening. 100% fact. That drunkard said so many horrible things about Sebastian. No way, he's insane. Oh, I mean, unbelievable, unbelievable. Yeah. Oh, I know, Sam. I know. And for what? Because he's trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian? For what? How rude. It's one thing to be like, "Hey, I disagree," or "Hey, we did how about this? We didn't put Sebastian in the cemetery." That's what I was expecting to hear, right? Like, "Hey, mob, you're barking up the wrong tree," right? Or something. But no, they don't say that. They don't say you're bark oh, no, we say you're a little bee and you're a chicken shit and you're this and that. No, you're the little bitch, Chris Proudfoot. You are the little bitch. Because you have other little bitches do your dirty work for you. You're a disgrace and you should be in jail for abusing Sebastian. You should be in jail. Period. Oh, I meant every single word of it and I will never apologize, Tina. I mean, it's so apparent. It's so apparent. Hey, Cece. No, you're not late. We're just getting started. No, I'm just kidding. I've just been ranting for the last hour. Um, KJ says I have the same impression, Sasha. It's all right, Carolina. I get it. Look, I get it. I get it. I understand. It's just that, Seth comes into the chat. I always like to keep it at least, respectful for him. I can't imagine, hey, IML, I can't imagine Seth has to be thinking. I don't even want to know because I think it would hurt too bad to hear it, let alone him going through that, what he's going through. I can only imagine. He did, Cece. Well, that's positive. Dolly mentioned the protest last night and wants to go himself. Good. Well, yay for Dolly. There we go. Hey, he's good at that kind of stuff, guys. He really is. So there we go. Well, that's a positive. In the Jack and Lily case, 93,000 videos collected. Take what you will with that info. Oh, my Lord. I saw Deception Detective put a couple of videos out about Jack and Lily. So, and I get it. I get that it takes time, and that's the thing. That's why I try not to get too down on the police. But, we don't see the same type of confidence that we see with the Proud Feet, Oh yeah, it was almost 7 hours, KJ Mac. Like I had to delete like half of my phone just to put it, just to get it, before they, I guess, privatized it. It all started, I suppose, with Chris Proudfoot trying to get up there talking about litigation and how to handle litigation. But I thought you and Texana just lost to Seth in court. So again, you're trying to give everybody advice about something you A, know nothing about, and B, you've been very unsuccessful with. Just like your parenting, in my opinion. Tina, Tina says, I almost spit my coffee there. Tina says he's scared of what Mob Crew is about to find. He's shitting a brick. Well, he should be. He should be. You know, we're hot on their trail 2 years later. He's kind of upset about it, right? As he should be, you know, as he should be. I think that was a big one, Carolina, and I think that's part of why people are um, on the bandwagon, right? Oh, he was doing something to Faith because something happened to him, and so of course he was going to act out and all of that. You know, there's other ways of handling it on top of the fact that he was going to live with his dad very shortly, very shortly after the school year ended, right? It was right around that time. I don't know if they had a specific date planned, but we do know that Sebastian was going to live with his dad, you know, when the school year was finished up, and then he was going to start the next year with his dad online classes, I believe. Yeah. Well, all of his receipts are on his show. All you have to do is go over and watch his show and you can see it, right? I mean, I've been able to watch, I think it was um the last one that I watched was the fundraiser. I'm not sure if he put a new one out since then because I was too busy watching this other fuckery. Well, IML, yeah, apparently he said that Silvers didn't even know he was right behind him. So Silvers was in the cul-de-sac and Chris was behind him. And he said, "Oh, you're super observant." Well, I mean, not everybody looks in the rearview mirror. I'm sure he saw somebody in his rearview mirror. I mean, I don't know. I was watching over my shoulder when I was there, but then again, you know, I don't know. I'm not Silvers. Maybe Silvers did know that he was right behind him, you know. That's something I can't speak for Silvers on that, you know. But for him to be like, "Oh, I was following you around the neighborhood." I mean, none of them have looked. Carolina, none of them have looked. Not one single one of them have done anything to go look. As a matter of fact, instead of even keeping the bumper, or excuse me, even keeping the magnet on the car, it wasn't a bumper sticker, it was the magnet, they took them off their car. All of them did, right? I mean, we have people on the internet who would have loved to have had that magnet to put on the side of their car, right? I know a lot of our viewers and stuff are on a fixed income or they, you know, can't afford to donate to all of this stuff, right? And but here we are, you know, them taking that off of the car. Just like Sunny from It's a Crime and Shame said, she goes, they took off the decal, and she showed where they took the decal off. It's absolutely infuriating. Foot was acting like he has the authority who issues directives about who can search for Sebastian and how, completely sidelining his actual father. Well, and that's the thing, you know, what's it going to do if they go out and protest, if they're outside with the microphone? I don't know, Chris. What are you so afraid of? You should be right there wanting answers. There's no reason that you shouldn't be other than that you already know where Sebastian is. Period. Point blank. That's it. There's no other excuse for it. Other than their well, Carolina, you got it. They're complete trash and nobody, you know, I mean, trash would do that, right? Not yet. No, Sam. I'm just gonna put together like a little compilation of that, because I like to keep things in context. So mine are a little bit longer, right? And then I don't mind clipping them up afterwards, but I want to keep everything into context. But I'm here to tell you they spent that whole entire time on the panel and never once did they plead for Sebastian's safe return. If I was like, someone who didn't know the case and I just went into Queen Bee's just to watch them, I would have no idea that there were a mother and a stepfather on the panel who had a missing child. I would never even know that. I would just be like, well, who are these? Who's the jackass with the girl in the background, right? I mean, that's all I would be thinking at that point. Who friggin' knows? Because they're not saying our son is missing. Could everybody please help find him, right? Because it's a joke over there. They know, and they all know better. Mob said he will have receipts after search, I think, or whatever's going on. Yeah, so from what I can gather, IML, and like I said, if there's new ones out, I might not have the whole, 411 on there, on the whole thing. But I will just say that Mob did the collection for testing to be done either in the cemetery or however, right? He hasn't specified that, but he said that he's going to go ahead and let everybody know in about 2 weeks, is to the best of my knowledge. And again, don't come for me if I don't have it exactly how he said it. Guys, look, Mob's doing his own thing over there. Voices of Truth even put some stuff out that was super interesting and they clarified some things. And then also, I'm doing the voices, right? The gathering of voices. That's my contribution. And that's what I'm going to do is stand for Sebastian with Seth, with Jen and Jeff, with whoever else is there, Bullhorn Betty, whoever else is there. I don't care I don't care if Chris and Katie were there, I would stand with them too. It's for Sebastian. It's for Sebastian, but that is what I can do, right? From where I'm sitting, I can spread awareness and I can show up. And that's what I intend to do. Because like I said, there's too many good people there. There's too many good people and they do not want this trash in their town either. I can guarantee you that. If this child is okay and found, somebody has a lot of prison time and money to pay back. Amen, Mark. And I hope that they have to pay every single dime back in restitution for every bit of what everyone has done to bend over backwards for Katie and her bullshit. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well said. Thank you. You know? Hey, allegedly redacted. Good to see ya. Jane says, "Does anyone have an ideal timestamps for me to watch? I cannot listen to these individuals' entire videos. I won't give them contributions to their algorithms." Jane, I'm gonna play some of it, but I got it down to about like 2.5 hours, and that's still not even fully edited. So I'm gonna really like condense it down just to what they were saying. But again, I don't like to take people's words out of context. I really like to at least show that context in order for people to understand kind of more what's going on. But then it's not so random, right? It's just easily understood. Um, but and then also Katie's in the background again, so I'm gonna have to turn that part up and turn everybody else down and make sure hers is all the way up so you can hear her laughing and acting a friggin' fool in the background. Yeah, we have to, Nero, we have to. It sucks. It sucks that people have to crowdsource money in order to make sure that there is no stone left unturned. Sheriff Craddock, you said that you were going to leave no stone left unturned. And now we know that there's all of this activity, not just in the neighborhood, but in the cemetery that night and the night before, right? Or the morning, right? Because it's 3 a.m. both mornings, the 25th, 26th. And then Sebastian is reported missing at 6:38 a.m., right? So, and they're big time narcissists. Big time narcissists. It's like a fucking narcissist convention. IML, I'm telling you, people need to start taking legal action, and if they would, this stuff would stop. The only reason it goes on is because they don't report it when they should, right? They need to. Oh, yeah. Well, she got off the panel very quickly. So Julie Skolnick was on panel, and then Chris was like, "You need to talk to you I need to talk to you, blah blah blah." And then she ran to the back chat and she's trying to save face back there with God only knows what she said. And then, she's gone. Right? But she's one of the biggest bullies on YouTube, right? Bullying everybody left and right. And she's afraid of Chris Proudfoot. Again, no balls. No balls. They're in Al's purse. Lady Freedom, yeah, you did. Lifetime restraining orders, hit the road, losers. I mean, come on. It's absolutely ridiculous that anybody would ever have to do something like that. I was appalled that I even had to go do something like that, But it goes a long way. It really does. And nobody should have to put up with that kind of crap ever. And nor should they deal with that. Go straight to the authorities. If everybody was to go straight to the authorities with all of these threats, then they would stop. And that is my best advice. That's all I can give you. If you don't want to take the advice, don't. But I mean, we can say whatever we want back and forth, but when you bring it real life and you start cyber stalking people for Chris Proudfoot, that's what you get. Hey, Mama Bear, I don't think they placed Sebastian in a home because the Proudfoots tried putting him in that home that had bad reviews and kids had died and others were too expensive. Yeah, that one in Gallatin was really bad. We did a whole live on that, talking about how the kids were being abused and starved and all kinds of horrible things. There was a bunch of kids out of Manchester that had New Hampshire who had been sent there. I think there was like 6 of them or 8 of them. I can't remember which one. But they did a write-up about it. And yeah, it's an absolutely awful place. It's still in business from everything that I've heard, though, that it's still going. So that's what really worries me, Mama Bear, is, what if they put him in a place like that and then nobody wants to say anything because something horrible happened? That's not lost on me either. I just hate to think that, you know. Yeah, I mean, I'm not making a big connection, but as I said before, I can't knock something that people are trying to do to help, I mean, I got questions, but there you go, Doodle Mom. Yeah, people have probably clipped it really, really quick. I don't know how to do screen recordings. I just have to download the whole darn thing, um, and then pick out what I want. Yeah, he went on panel to talk to Julie. Well, and he had been on there earlier because Barbecue Lady and Granny were having it out because they're in litigation again. And I don't even know anything about it because, I haven't read the papers or anything like that. So, and I really don't plan on it. You know, to me that has nothing to do with Sebastian. Um, you know, what was done in Sebastian Rogers' case, in my opinion, from what I have witnessed, is that anybody that has tried to help find Sebastian again has gotten harassed and threatened and stalked. And these hate channels are absolutely off their rockers, right? They're like, oh, what's their first and last name? Let me find their government name, as Terry Lynn would call it, and let's go try to find them. Well, that doesn't work in the real world. And again, if somebody is strong enough, they will go and they will take the proper actions. Right? But yeah, he ran up there to talk to Julie, and he wanted to take out his anger on a woman like he always does, right? But Julie's not like some little, fragile flower, neither am I, you know? So she should have stood up to him. But instead it's like, "No, I'll grovel behind the scenes because I'd rather not do it because I'll lose all my respect from all the people, and everybody will see what a spineless freaking creature I am, in my opinion." Yeah, we can't let the BS stand. There's too much of it. There's too much of it. Blessed. I mean, just too much of it. Horrible parenting tips, horrible everything. But he doesn't want to help us out when it comes to Sebastian, you know? And poor Faith. Yeah, and he was bragging about having, oh, I had faith. Well, yeah, that's what your parenting plan says. So we kind of figured that you would have her, you know? We got to stay positive, IML. We do. We don't know anything yet. And like I said again, even if I don't think that the cemetery has anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, which I don't, I'm going to be honest, I don't. But that doesn't mean that I'm right. There could very well be some sort of a connection that can help us get closer to finding Sebastian. So I'm not going to knock anybody who is just trying to theorize and also do something. So it's going beyond a theory. What Mob is doing, he's got collected money in order to do some testing or have some professionals look into it. I know he had mentioned something about how he's gotten together with some sort of a group that's going to help out, um, some volunteers and things like that. So that is so positive. That's moving in the right direction, right? Doing something productive, Katie. Productive, Katie. Not like you're doing just sitting on a panel for 7 hours. Because you sat your ass up there for 7 hours and you said nothing of your son. Chuchi says if KK and CP spent all the energy they do on YouTuber street on the YouTube streets, threatening towards the real productive way, like Sebastian's army finding him, well, and that's all they do. They troll the YouTube streets. Crispy spends all his time trolling through YouTube, and so does Katie. So does Katie, and so does their fishy fish sticks. Steve Fisher. Yes, they all do it. Steve Fisher is lucky he still has his license and I didn't sue him for defamation. He is damn lucky. Damn lucky. Oh yeah, Katie, she was doing the whole y'all thing, and y'all need Jesus. Y'all need Jesus. What do I got? Do I got Google it? I do have Google it back here. Google it, y'all. Google it, y'all. Katie, you ain't fooling nobody. I am very good with that. CC Dolly is controversial. No, but I like controversial people. I do. I just took offense to being called a fraud, but that's, hey, that's neither here nor there. Again, I will stand with anyone who is willing to stand with and for Sebastian. But he has a large audience and mentioned it on his late night last night, so I'm good with that. Yes, me too, Cece, and thank you for letting us know. Yeah, that's fantastic. I really hope he does go. Hey, Don B, good to see ya. You guys are getting some snow in the Smokies. Oh my goodness. Oh, I bet you it's beautiful though. Aw, good to see ya. Sasha says, let me guess. The mom said it's locked and he couldn't get in, and they just took her word for it again. Why? Well, and I don't know what they're really thinking, Sasha, because again, I have to point to Eric Craddock. I believe it was day 2 on the 27th, right? So actually, that would have been, I mean, the day after he was reported. So yeah, day 2. Yep. And he says, I'm not going to say he was barefoot. You know, he walked out the front door and disappeared off the porch and then vanished into thin air. Yeah, right. It doesn't work like that. No, it doesn't, Tina, does it? And that's the thing that we know is not possible at all. It's not possible, probable. That did not happen, right? So that's one thing we could at least say, okay, we know that didn't happen and move on from there, but they're not. I don't know why he walked out the front door. My good to see you, Sammy. Sammy says my brain needs it's only glasses and a filter. I think we all have theories to what happened. I think so too, Pebbles. And I think that's I think that's okay, because how else do we come to any type of conclusion, right? Logically speaking, we need to, think it out, think the theories out. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible, 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 Cece. You know? And they couldn't even say anything. They couldn't even say anything. Hey, Tully, let me go ahead and show you guys this. Oh, Kim French. Yeah, in my opinion, Katie was afraid of the Texas Roadhouse footage because that green hoodie handed her some rugs, in my opinion. Yeah, I think the whole thing was weird. And the yellow jacket guy is still on my radar. I just, I don't want to keep talking about it every single night. But I agree, Kim. I think that's a big one. Yeah, just one good snow. Yeah, the snow is so pretty. Ah. Well, I mean, and we're all getting older too, Cece, and that's the thing. I mean, Katie's the spring chicken. She's the one that's what is she, 36? Is that what we saw in the public records that hindsight pulled up? 36. Yeah, she's the young one. She's the one that should be out there. When I was 36, I was still waiting tables and all spry and in shape and okay. Yeah, what's your excuse, Katie? You're just lazy? Or no, more like you just know where he is. You just know where Sebastian is and you think it's funny to taunt people. Just like you thought it was funny to put Nina's torture on Facebook Live and laugh about it. You're a real sick bitch, Katie. A real sick bitch. Yeah. And they all called Sebastian Bubba. Ugh. Hey, Scranton. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. You can hear my rant in double time. Oh, Lord. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's like, just when I think it can't get any worse, here they come talking shit about every single person that's trying to do something, right? Hindsight's research. Oh, yeah, let's talk shit about that. Oh, Mob Crew is trying to figure out where Sebastian is. Let's talk shit about that. Oh, Silvers is there in the neighborhood filming because that's where Sebastian went missing from. Well, he's a real son of a bitch for doing it. No, you guys are the horrible ones because, like I said before, on a 7-hour live, there would be no indication that you are two parents of a missing child who don't know where that child is. Yeah, Cece, it's probably going to be really pretty outside, I would think. I would think it would be mild, especially during the day. It'd probably be warmer, and then at night, I mean, I don't foresee us being there, at night. I think it's going to be a day thing. I'm not sure of the specifics. I do know a friend of mine was telling me, some ideas, that we could do. So I thought that was pretty cool, and I will pass them along. Um, I think Carolina, I think that it's very possible that there was something going on because of the activity 2 nights in a row. Where I get stuck is the 2 nights in a row. But then again, I also wonder about the silver sedan and how that ties into it. If we could get that silver sedan, well, because here's the thing. I think there was 20 minutes between, and I'm more focused on the 26th, the morning of the 26th at 3 a.m., right? Because there's the silver sedan. It appears that they had something to do with the lights, right? And then they take Sebastian out of the neighborhood. I just don't know if they would go over to the cemetery or where they would have gone for 20 minutes, unless there was some sort of a handoff and then those other people went in there. But I still don't think that there would have been enough time to do anything. And that's, again, where I get stuck. But that doesn't mean that it has nothing to do with it. And since they are putting money towards figuring it out, I'm interested to see where it goes. That's just where I stand. Um, doesn't know the difference definition of tomboy. I mean, he just talks out of his ass, Gina. It's amazing. He just talks out of his ass. Well, let me help you out with that. No, let me help you out with something. You big dummy. I mean, he just makes a fool out of himself. He really does. Gail, I agree with that, and I didn't always think that. But as the world has turned here, CP and KP are sick, demented, evil individuals, in my opinion, as well. Only a sick person would be okay with going up on to different channels, or even, I mean, they sat up there and made fun of Brittany J again. Look, I don't watch Brittany J. I've told you guys, I've been very honest about that. I have no qualms about saying it, right? We can't watch everybody, for one. There's not enough hours in the day. We'd never create our own content if we were watching everybody else and what they were doing. And so I think even creators that really enjoy watching each other still don't have the time to do that, right? There's not enough time in the day. But with that being said, they're making fun of everybody that's covered Sebastian, right? And not only that, she wasn't even covering Sebastian. She was covering, I think it was Gypsy Rose, right? And then you have people in the chat, oh, she's never going to cover that. She's not welcome in that community. What a psycho. What a psycho. And that's what you have over there are individuals who are just as sick and twisted and demented as they are, right? Oh yeah, CP's a rat for sure. Oh yeah. Katie knows her time is numbered. She knows it. She's known it for a long time, right? Her only saving grace is she thinks that she's smarter than the police, right? So she walks around thinking she pulled the wool over their eyes, but she didn't. Not even in the first 2 days, she didn't. Eric Craddock knew exactly what she did. They have the footage, right? So that's where I'm at with that. Hey Diane, good to see ya. CP is weak and cowardly. He bullies women and children, and he would never challenge another man, in my opinion. No, he's weak. He's weak, right? And he tells Mob Crew, "Come here, come here, come knock on my door." Why? So you can say that people are harassing you like a little baby, because that's what you would do. That's exactly what you would do. You would sit there and call, there's this YouTuber and he's crazy and he's here. Yeah, you invited him. It's just like you did to Betty, just like you did to all of us. And then Katie, oh, no one wants to have a conversation. No, hell no. I'm not getting into your twisted little shit. You got me fucked up for somebody else. Go to your hate channels. Because I don't have time for your BS. I don't believe you. I think you're full of shit. I think you know where Sebastian is. And I think if you were to tell us at least the general area, we could actually have a productive search party. But you won't do that because you like having the power to dangle over people's heads. And that's sick. Sam says my jaw was on the floor when Katie said Seth should be doing something more productive. Oh my God. Well, Katie, what do you suggest, Lord? Well, and I mean exactly. She gave us no suggestions. And like I said, even the people on panel were speechless. Right? And that's pretty hard to do when you have a bunch of YouTubers up there. Usually we're all fighting to say something, right? Or we're all waiting for our in, or we got our our button muted until we're ready to say something, or somebody else is finished. So yeah, yeah, it's wild, wild. And here's Wild Wolf. That's just it. Katie and Chris hides under Mama Sock's skirt because they don't want us to find him because they all will go to jail. Well, and it's not just her, Wild Wolf. It's several YouTube creators. I mean, I don't know what they create besides the live stream or whatever. They talk, they shoot the shit, the podcast or whatever, shenanigans or whatever they call it. And that's fine. I'm not bashing the creators, but when you have these parents on a panel and nobody even knows they have a missing child, like what are you doing? I mean, it makes me wonder. The CPS should be enough evidence to put them away. And Gail, I thought in the beginning that they were going to wait and consolidate it into whatever charges were given, when Sebastian was found. But obviously, I was wrong. What people will do for money, it's truly the root of all evil. All you got to do is follow the money. I agree with that, Sasha, 100%. And that's why Chris wants to talk to all of these people behind the scenes, in my opinion. Right? That's why people have flipped, in my opinion, because they're on the payroll. Right? And then you have Barbecue upset because now she's not getting any donations for her litigation, but she was sitting there dropping 50 memberships on Queen Bee, dropping memberships, right? Now she's all pissy pants because, I was supporting you and what about me? Yeah. Well, karma's a bitch, isn't it? If they didn't know what happened, why would you even care what YouTubers think? That's strange. I agree. Allegedly redacted. Why do they care what we have to say anyway? Why do they care if we gather? They're not planning on gathering. So why do they care? Right? I've never heard of a mother of a missing child upset that people were going to gather because we want answers. Never in my life. Oh, Pebbles, it's brutal. It is brutal. It is brutal. It is brutal. Hey, busy mama. He sure did. He sure did. I'm gonna play a little bit of a clip from it. Yeah, I can't stand to hear Clueless talking. Wonder if Katie knows about Christopher's bed buddies. Oh, I don't know, Nancy. Oh, I don't even want to think about it. Blech, blech, blech. Barf bag engaged. Uh, Sweet Tea with Don B says prosecutor has to be careful because Chris and Katie could sell the house and get easily 100,000 for a defense attorney. Yeah, their property value went up, Don. Apparently, right? And I know I told you guys I think the Zestimate is shit. You know, I mean, as a realtor or being a former realtor, I'm not one in Florida, but I was in Missouri and I've done all aspects of the job. I had great education through Keller Williams Realty, and I'm here to tell you they because of that new subdivision, there is a very good chance without me running comps on the area myself that their property value has gone up because that's just the natural order of things and they could easily get a pretty penny for that house. I don't know what they're in for. You know, I don't know the financials and what they have in it. Have they ever taken out a second? Have they ever, I don't know any of that. I don't know their credit score. I don't care. But they could, I mean, just in theory, absolutely make money off that house and then use it towards their defense. And there's defense attorneys out there that just, can't wait to defend a monster. Look at Jose Baez. I mean, the list goes on and on. And you even had that jackass DJ or whatever for Emmanuel Haro. Playing like that guy's a victim when he nearly killed 2 children before Emmanuel. Juicy Jules, I know. It's terrible. It's a very nice area, Sasha. It's very nice. It's very nice, and I don't know, you know, why they're okay with that crap with these shitheads running their town, because that's what it looks like to the whole free world. Is that you got 2 shitheads running your town, and you're too scared to stand up to them, right? Even though Katie doesn't even have any balls there in Chris's purse. Yes, I will play it. I'm sorry, guys. Let me go ahead. Thank you, Poppy Love, for becoming a new member. I think you renewed, but thank you. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Hey, enjoy life. I'm going to go over there live. I should be able to get it done by tonight, guys. Excuse me. I should be able to get it done by tonight. And thanks for being here. Enjoy life. Good to see you. Okay, guys, let me get caught up in these chat, or excuse me, in this chat, and let me get this video up. Because I'm just going to play this through and then we'll stop and pause to read some of it because there's a couple parts I want to go over, but I want you guys to see it, start to finish. And I don't know if YouTube stopped showing the dates on things or if it was just because it was one day ago, not even. And just bear with me here. All right, here we go.
I did hear allegedly, I don't know if there's truth to any of this, but I guess somebody posted a flyer about something on February 26th coming up this year. Betty might be here for something. Who knows?
That's what she said.
Well, good for her, I guess,
I think they're, what was it, protesting at the sheriff's office or something?
Again? Okay.
I swear that's what, am I crazy? I might be crazy.
I wish they would put half that energy into something legitimately productive to help.
Yeah, standing outside a sheriff's office with a microphone is not going to do anything. We still there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did you forget it was my heart you were playing with? You made the rules to your own game. So your heart of ice, so I brought fire to learn it all just burns the same. Burns the same. Never forget whose heart you are playing with. No more rules to your game, half gate. Build a house of cards and play with fire.
My son is missing. He is not dead.
Enough.
Nobody's been arrested. And my son hasn't been found.
That's why he's standing outside the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
Look at that window so I can see them if they come out.
Joined by other supporters.
I am part of Team Sebastian. I just want answers. The community deserves to have answers. I think about Sebastian every single day, and it has gone on for way too long now. When we reached the 1-year anniversary, I couldn't believe it. And the fact that we're almost 2 years into it is so sad.
Those outside the office hope that by showing up, they can bring more attention to Sebastian's case and find any information that may lead to him.
I've never lost hope. My son is missing. He is not dead. I want my son found. Tell us what you're doing to find him. We need answers.
Do you think of me? Now the flames turn cold and the fight is over. What do you think it means when these memories come as the winds turn colder? Do you think of me? Now the flames turn cold and the fight is over. What do you think of me when these memories come as the winds turn colder? Do you think of me?
Sheriff Braddock, where's my son? Why has my son not been found after a year and a half? What are you doing to locate and find my son? Because I know that you haven't accepted any assistance from anybody, so that must mean that you got this under wraps. Well, what's under wraps? Because my son's not at my house. My son's not at school right now. I don't get to take my son hunting or fishing. I don't get to play video games with him. I don't get to play cards. I don't get to watch movies. I get nothing while you're up there in your office. Where is Sebastian?
I can't place that the rooms are mine. This is not my home. I don't belong telling me it's time to telling me it's time. Okay, guys, so I just wanted to stop right here. So this is 18 months in, right? When Seth went to protest outside Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and the statement that was given to the news was this statement. This is an active investigation. We continue to follow leads and coordinate with the FBI and TBI. Right? So Federal Bureau of Investigation and also the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. So TBI is state level, right? The state level Bureau of Investigations, and then we have the federal bureau as well involved. $50,000 reward for Sebastian. Please share the official Amber Alert poster and call with any information. I do not know why Sheriff Craddock is so adamant about sharing that particular flyer. I don't know what the deal is with that particular flyer. But that's the one that he wants us to share and put out there. I don't know if it's because it just has the TBI's information on it. I do not have the full flyer, but this is part of it, right? And there is no, well, there's a couple of things that I want to go over with this. So on this flyer, and I know it's cut off, but they're telling us to contact the TBI, right? And if you send information to tips to TBI at tbi.tn.gov, you will get an automated message back telling you that that particular tip line, right, or tip place is not on the web, right? Email, tip email is not manned 24 hours. It's not like there's any urgency. I've sent them tips there, and that's the message that I got back from that. And of course, I do not expect them to ever contact me back, right? Really. It was nice that there was an automated message at least. But again, this is not something that is active or showing any urgency, right? And good to see you, Holly. Thanks for being here. It is crazy times. Hey, Mary Patterson, good to see you. Jane, you're welcome. Thank you for being here, Jane. Katie's having fun making a joke of it, literally. I know, she was having a ball, wasn't she? She's just having a ball. But yeah, and with this, they changed this. So I don't know if Sheriff Craddock is wanting us to update, this version, but where this little red box is, this was changed, right? Because before it said Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was last seen on February 26th, 2024 in the area of Stafford Court. Now, the updated version came out at about the year mark, excuse me, if I'm not mistaken, and it said that Sebastian was last seen February 25th, 2024. This is the new version
And this is the updated version of that, right? But it still says that he was seen in the area of Stafford Court. Well, Mob Crew has the footage from the neighborhood that was given to him by the neighbors. I know that he probably doesn't have every single bit of footage. And I'm only saying that because I think he said that SF Investigates might even have more footage than he has. But just with the footage that he has, there's no sighting of Sebastian in the neighborhood on that camera footage that he has. And according to law enforcement, they're saying that there's no proof or evidence that Sebastian ever left his house. Right? So if we're reading between the lines, that's telling me that they have no evidence that Sebastian walked out, was taken out, or left the house. Right? It's just very simple. But then again, it complicates things because we have no information. No, Craddock hasn't done much of anything, Doodle Mom, that's for sure. No searches, right? No ongoing searches, doesn't want any help. And that's the reason why Seth has to go outside of the courthouse, outside of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. I mean, that's the natural order of things, right? To go straight to the source and ask, why are you not doing anything? CP gets pure enjoyment out of his. It's sickening. He's a demonic monster. Well, they both get a sick pleasure out of it, right? They think they're cute. They think they're infamous, right? The Footlings are just living their best life now, aren't they? I mean, and their best life is to hang out with people on a panel and talk about grave robberies and talk bad about other YouTube creators and think it's a joke. Right? I mean, they just went down the list of people who have ever tried to help or find Sebastian or doing anything to find Sebastian. Right? Hey, Michelle, good to see ya. Oh, big time narcissist and very privileged because none of us would ever have gotten away with what Katie has gotten away with. None of us would. And that's what comes with privilege, right? She can drive around the neighborhood and not even look for her son with her windows rolled up, right? She can sit in a courtroom all smug with her YouTube friends sitting behind her. Yeah, all smug. I don't think Molly Golightly was one of them, just to be clear. Right? I think she was just kind of there. But I don't know. Who knows? I wouldn't want to sit anywhere near them, in my opinion. Right? And then they have enough money to pay this guy $15,000 not to look for Sebastian. What a disgrace. And that was another thing that was brought up, saying that, SF is not going there for Sebastian, that he's going there for another case. And that's what Chris Proudfoot said, right? That he's not coming there for Sebastian. He didn't even know that he was coming to town until I'm guessing it was posted on X. Now, if I got that wrong, I'm sorry, but that's basically what happened. UA Crimson Tide wanted to get up on the panel, right? It's an open panel, and so she gets up there. Can you explain about SF? Can you explain? Right? And then Chris explained. So yeah, that was a $15,000 well spent. Right? What about your PI, Katie? Why aren't you holding his feet to the fire? Any normal mother would. Thank you, Adis. Thank you so much. Prayers for divine protection and guidance over everyone who is searching for truth, who is boots on the ground. Prayers for divine justice for those who are responsible. Amen. Thank you. praying with you. I'm praying with you. Holly S. She's oh god. She said first time old skull nuts was ever speechless. Oh, she ran off the panel as quick as she could. I mean, just ran off there. You know, she's okay to go after someone who already has people dogpiling on her, but one man gets on the panel and challenges her, and she's off the panel quicker than anything. I'm groveling in the back chat. Did you see it? I'm groveling back there. I mean, come on. It's really sick. It's sickening to see someone with that education level act so stupid. In my opinion, they're living a horrible life, wondering each day, is this the day? Mark, I'm right there with you. I am right there with you. I think that they are living a life of always looking over their shoulder, right? Always looking over their shoulder and wondering, is this the day when we're going to get taken down to the station for real? Right? Not just Katie getting taken down to the station and then calling Chris and saying, "Oh, I need you to come down here because I'm not allowed to be questioned alone, right? I want Chris." Yeah. No, the day when they actually throw the kind of heat that they should have thrown in the beginning, right? And treated her like they would have treated any one of us, in my opinion. Tina Girl says if he's that close to home, it makes sense why they did, or I'm sorry, why they wanted to get out of town so bad and they're never at that house. Tina, and I don't know how often they're at the house. I mean, that's still up in the air for me. I don't know because Katie parks her van in the excuse me, in the garage. So and she to the best of my knowledge, she's always parked in the garage. Not her work van, but her um Infinity SUV. Sorry, I call it a van because it looks like one to me. But just to differentiate between the work van. But her work van seemed to be there quite often as well when people would drive by and things like that. So, um, who knows? I think CP and KP are workaholics, and when they get, oh, sorry, workaholics. Gail, I said that wrong. My bad. Uh, they're alkies, and when they get drunk, they get cocky and apparently find their balls in their purses. Gail, I mean, I think that you're probably right. I think that you're probably right. That I think because the only time when Katie will get up on a panel like that when she sounds like she's actually kind of cutting loose a little bit is when she's drinking. Because what I find to be very interesting, and I meant to load it in here before, and I didn't get a chance to. Let's see. But there was a post by Jay is for Justice, and she posted that she got her $25, I think it was, or maybe $50, kicked back to her from that birthday live that they did for Sebastian over on Duchess. And apparently, YouTube did not. Here, I'll just read it. Let's see. And I'll post this to the community tab also. All right. So Jay says, I donated towards Sebastian Rogers' fundraiser held by Duchess. I was informed this morning my money is not going to that foundation due to YouTube ineligibility. If you donated and care where your money went, check your email because you can choose where it goes from here. But nobody mentioned that at all on the 7-hour live. Again, no accountability. They don't give a crap, right? Where the money goes to, but they want to see receipts for Mob Crew? You've got to be fucking kidding me. You've really got to be fucking kidding me. Right? So, and I apologize that I didn't put this up. But it says, I'm assuming her name's Jennifer. I didn't know that. So, but either way, she posted this. I'm not doxing her. We wanted to inform you that that the organization you selected for your recent donation, and it gives the donation number, and here it is, $50, and the amount of $50 is no longer eligible to receive funds through our program due to ineligibility. Well, I wonder why, right? Maybe YouTube knows what kind of fuckery goes on over at Duchess. Could that be why? I don't know. I've never tried to do a fundraiser like that here. I know that you have to have a certain amount of people, subscribers, in order to do that. And then it sounds like a hot mess if YouTube could kick it back. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of strange. Please reply to this email with your new selection within 30 days, and we'll ensure your donation is redirected promptly. If there is no response, we will redirect funds to a charity similar to to your original donation. So in other words, she's got 30 days to choose, or YouTube will choose for her where those funds go. So much for doing what Sebastian would have wanted. And that is a direct quote from Katie. I'm I'm so behind in chat. I apologize. Hey, Trooper's mom. Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, they're on the outs for sure, Gina. I'm not sure about the whole, like, about every detail about it, but I know that they're definitely on the outs. But I'm just glad that Jay posted that, right? But you would think they would have addressed it at least and been like, "Hey guys, we really appreciate you guys," because that was really fast too. Like not as fast as what Mob Crew, because I think his goal was like 1,400, if I'm not mistaken, and then within like the first 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I didn't watch the original live, I watched the replay. So, but like very quickly, he was trying to shut it down because I think their ending amount within the first 15 minutes, you guys, y'all, Google it, y'all. Um, the first 15 minutes, they hit their goal and then some. And I think the ending was $2,249, right? So 160% of their goal was met, right? So way over. So very well done there, guys. And also, um, for the audacity again for them to demand receipts from Mob Crew. What about your receipts, Katie? What happened to the fundraiser, Katie? But no, you don't have anything to say about that. How drunk do we have to get you to spill the beans there, Katie? Oh, she's out way out in left field. Anybody that still supports, yeah, I mean, everybody can support who they want. It's just crazy. Ada says there were red flags coming from the Proudfoots long before Sebastian's disappearance. They made sure nobody knew about the CPS reports until after Sebastian's disappearance. Exactly. Tons of red flags. Tons and tons of red flags. Debbie W, thanks for being here. If they put him in a school, I would think they would have at least told the cops he is not missing, or they wouldn't have reported him missing. So I believe they did something else with him. Yeah, I understand that way of thinking too, Debbie. I think that's logical. I think that's very logical, reasonable. Absolutely. Yeah, and some of these schools are just so weird and secretive, right? And it's all about behavioral behavior modification, and it's wild. And even and I know that not everybody has, the Hilton kind of money, right? But even Paris Hilton was taken out of her bed in the middle of the night and forced to go to that school out in Provo, Utah. So that stays in the back of my mind. Another recommendation I wanted to make, and I didn't get a chance to watch the other documentary that I was recommended. but on Netflix, it's called The Program. And if you watch it, it's a documentary of one of the young ladies and some of the friends that she made there. The place gets shut down and they go in there and they retrieve all of the records. So they have video surveillance, they have all the reports that were made by the teachers and staff, and they put them on blast, right? And they grab all these records out before they're going to be demolished, and they try to get a hold of people and see if they want those records or not. Personally, me, I would want the records. Other people might not. Um, they would never want to see that again. They don't remember, where they're at, right? Aw, thank you, Holly, for your super sticker. Trooper's mom says, Lady Freedom, you can stay at my home for February protests. Aw, just saying you have my email, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you so much, Trooper's mom. I so appreciate that. I'm telling you, you guys are so great. And that's one thing that really gets my goat, right? Is that I know so many, I mean, just good people from that area. I know that this has got to be so much more painful for you guys. I mean, yeah, it's a crying shame. It's a crying shame. So thank you, Trooper's mom. You know, um, and I'm sorry, Jane, if I missed your comment. I'm so behind here. Um, I think they could have found another place to put him in, away from Seth. KP likes to see him suffer, it seems. Yeah, and they did that. They did that with Faith, um, keeping her away from her mom. I mean, absolutely, IML. I can see that. That's logical as well, in my opinion. There are so many group homes that do not require state registration. Money talks in the Proudfoot's walk. Just saying. I know it's a big one for me too, Trooper's mom, and I can't shake that one. It's just like I can't shake that maybe Sebastian didn't make it home at all, and there was a handoff. I also think that there could have been a handoff in the cemetery. Maybe they were getting things together. Maybe sometimes even if you do a dry run or a practice run, right? Things that are unforeseen can happen, so I can definitely see that being part of it. Um, HPD refused to file stalking reports, plural, when a repeat sex offender followed me. Oh my God, Jane, I am so sorry. Oh my goodness. And that's because of probably Mr. Snuggle Struggle. When you have a sheriff that thinks that, rape is too strong of a word, right? And that he would rather people think of it more of a snuggle struggle. That's what we have. And I'm so sorry. That is absolutely awful. They said, ma'am, it's not illegal to follow someone on the street. It's not a crime to be creepy. What? No. Well, actually, you can't follow someone around. You can't. That's not okay. Wow. Oh my goodness. No, they did not, Michelle. As a matter of fact, they made fun of hindsight's research, is what they did. They laughed about it. They poked fun at it, right? Even though deep down inside, I'm sure they were shitting themselves. She will end up kissing his ass before it's all over. Just watch. Holly. Oh yeah. She was back in that back chat graveling and oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, let me kiss Katie's butt too. Hold on. Because they were saying that she directly needed to apologize to Katie. Is what I gathered from it. I might have a little bit of a different perspective once I go back and listen to it again, but I was like editing it out, trying to take as much out that didn't really make, a big difference, and then I want to shave it down even more. Because like I said, it's still 2 hours, 2.5 hours that I have, it down to. So um yeah, CP's Angels, Nana, Julie, TL, and Yada. Oh no, I just got a mad visual of that, Gina. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh, and thank you, Mama, for being a member for 5 months. Thank you so much. Oh, that is so awesome. Thank you for everything you're doing for him. Yeah, definitely, Mama. Like I said, I just can't help but think, like, if it was my child, I'd want somebody out there. If it was me, I'd want someone out there. If it was my loved one, I'd want people to care, you know? It's very odd to me that Katie doesn't. Hide your children and your pets. Julie will genealogy all of us to the ends of the earth. Oh my gosh. What's funny is she's never done her own genealogy, has she? Maybe I missed it. I don't know. I would think that that would be something that she would do. I know that she plays the Sopranos card all the time. Like, oh, we know the people from the Sopranos and da da da. It's like, okay, well, good for you. Like, literally nobody cares. That show's so old. I mean, I'm not saying it's not a good show, but it's played out. Mark Klein says it seems they beat the system. LE should offer a deal if Sebastian is okay and swallow their pride. Not fair, but it could happen. I believe that too, Mark. And I think it was the Hatfield and McCoys when they said that the first time, that really made sense to me too, where they were like, Katie, just come clean, and because the goal is to bring Sebastian home, right? So yeah, I agree with that. So some things could be overlooked, and it happens all the time with deals. You know. I sure hope so, IML. I hope all of the creators go. I don't think that we understand, a lot of us, and especially like a little teeny tiny channel like mine, like we really don't understand like how many people would come out just to kind of see us, right? But stand for Sebastian, but also like there's a lot of people that would like to come see Dolly and meet him and shake his hand, right? I mean, I don't have the star power that some of these people do have on YouTube. So I'm just hoping and praying that they show up, right? Because that's all I can do is hope and pray that people show up. Everybody, right? Because there's strength in numbers, as CP likes to remind us. So there's many more of us than there are of them. And I think if we were all able to stand in solidarity and peacefully protest, that would be the best case scenario. That's the best way that we can help, you know? Yeah, Kylie, it was about that picture. It was about the picture. And you know what's funny is and I appreciate that, cuz no, I mean, I don't have any reason. I don't have any skin in the game, you know. Um so but I will say Chris Proudfoot was mighty mad about that picture. And I'll show you guys. Hold on. Let me pull it up. He was not happy, right, about the picture. Let me get my big head out of the way. That was caught with the 3 a.m. lights, allegedly, and he was not happy. He was pretty mad about that, right? And I mean, so far as to like, you know, everybody was talking about how that's not true and blah blah blah. But as upset as the Proud Feets got, and as upset as Fish Sticks, right? SF Investigates got, it makes you wonder how real and authentic that picture really is, right? It actually um it authenticates it, in my opinion, right? Because they're not upset about the cemetery, not the way that they were upset about this picture, right? Um, yeah, they poked fun at all of it, and I can't wait to find that clip of Silver's where he notices that CP's in back of him. Oh, that's just gonna just be the cherry on the pie there, right? It's just gonna be great. I didn't know. Like I said, I can't always watch everybody, so I'm so glad Trooper's mom let us know that there is proof out there Hey, Tiny Diamonds. So, yeah, very interesting. No, I don't think they searched the Brinks truck. And remember him telling Nancy, "Oh, we're not pervy to give that information out. It's pervy." And Nancy's like, "Why?" Right? And made him look so stupid. And then he just sat there with a dumbass look on his face like he always does, in my opinion. What do I think could have been going on in the cemetery? I haven't the slightest clue, Michelle. All I know for sure is you could definitely see activity both nights, right? And there's activity because of, right, lights. And I know they're talking about like, oh my gosh, the lights in the cemetery. Oh, all we have to do is put a flashlight in front of Mob, and he's no, that's not it. And honestly, the sad part is that their PI has had the information, law enforcement has had the information, and now that someone has given Chris this information, he's pointing all of these things out that should have been very suspicious, in my opinion, to law enforcement. Now, have they looked into all of this? Maybe so. But why wouldn't they come out and just say that they have? Right? But then again, so we have, going back, we have activity 2 nights in a row, but then nothing previously or after, to the best of my knowledge. And then I think it was a 6-minute, yeah, the columbarium or columbrium uh was lit up for 6 minutes. And so someone apparently turned on their high beams during that time period, as that would be the only way to actually make the columbarium light up the way that it did. Now, did they have, a strong powered flashlight? I don't know. I do know that Mob had said that because the original footage came from the home before the other homes were built, because there's not x-ray vision, there's no way to do that. They did use some cameras for the test that were on the outskirts of the cemetery, right, instead of the one that was that originally picked up this footage that he started working with. The original footage was, to the best of my knowledge, taken from a camera, but before the houses were built, there was a clear view, right? Um, so I think it's suspicious. I just don't know if I believe in the lights video, right? And I'm talking about the Nick Barris 3 a.m. lights where you can see people independently walking through the common area. I don't care what they want to call it. It's in between a common area of all the houses. Um, while they're walking through there, right? Um, if Sebastian got into that car at 3 a.m., which I believe that he did, because it's the only logical explanation, then I don't believe that that car would have went to the cemetery 20 minutes later, and that's where I'm stuck. So it remains to be seen, though. And the thing is they are absolutely working towards figuring it out. So I'm here to see what happens. But that's just kind of where I'm stuck. And again, the last live that I was able to watch was the fundraiser on the replay, even. So, yeah, Holly, I was all for thinking that maybe Katie was, an abused woman and she's afraid of Chris and his family. I mean, who wouldn't be after what they did to Nina? But now seeing Katie's actions, hearing her with Heather Cohen, I mean, it just spoke volumes, you know? Katie, just go sit in the bond. Think about what you're doing. I think she was thinking of the pond, That's too funny, Sam. The Bon. The Bon. Hey, Nanny. Good to see you. Good to see you, Nano. A tarp, I think Green Hoodie had communications. Very possible. I think they had to have exchanged something, you know? So they have fun tormenting people, IML. They love it. They grab their popcorn, they live stream it. It's disgusting. I mean, it's total troll behavior, right? So no wonder. In my opinion, they were brought back a few times for more interviews. Yeah, Mark, I believe so as well. But I think that every interview either had Katie and Chris there, and if there was a time that Katie was brought in by herself, it's my opinion that Chris was called in when there was too much pressure and everything got shut down. And, the police are only able to do so much because the minute that we say, I want a lawyer, that's when the questioning has to stop, right? Um, it's one of the rules and the way it goes. So yeah, I can totally see that happening where Chris shut it down or Katie says, I want a lawyer. I want my lawyer present, right? No more questions. Uncle, you know, they do. They come out every time the shit's getting hot. Exactly, Michelle. Well, because they do have a lot to think about, right? There's going to be, a peaceful protest for Sebastian in February on the 2-year anniversary. They're not doing anything to find him, right? Mob Crew just had their successful um, fundraiser, right? While Chris and Katie's fundraiser was unsuccessful, or sorry, Katie and Duchess's, and people were getting their money back, and then Autism Awareness didn't get any money unless that was one of the options. I don't know. I didn't give to that, so I didn't get my money wasn't kicked back to me. So I don't know. And you are always taking a risk when you do those kinds of fundraisers. Again, I know you have to have a certain amount of people. I don't know what the credentials are. I don't know what the eligibility factors are. I don't know any of that. I just know that that's what Jay is for Justice posted. Yeah, how they treated the female PIs. Horribly, horribly. Hey, Kitty Hawk. Kitty Hawk says the timeline of the vehicles in the beach cemetery and high school are very important. The silver sedan is also on the CCTV footage. Oh, I never saw that, Kitty Hawk. Which CCTV footage was the silver sedan caught on? Because that's where I'm interested. I've always thought that once that was put together, that was the most logical, right, and reasonable way that Sebastian got out of the house. So yeah, and I watched the recap too. I know Bob's been showing the recap, and I didn't see the silver sedan ever be mentioned in the cemetery or the high school. Let me be crystal clear. Let me help you out with something. Let me help you out. He always says, oh, bullshit. Have we played the video yet? I'm joining late. Oh, yes, Holly. I can play it again, though. I can play it again. Hold on one second. So I'll get caught up in chat. Hey, lover girl. Good to see you. Let me go ahead back here. Give me 1 second. Because it's a short one. It's not long. Okay. I think you guys can see that.
I did hear allegedly, I don't know if there's truth to any of this, but I guess somebody posted a flyer about something on February 26th coming up this year. Betty might be here for something. Who knows?
That's what she said.
Well, good for her, I guess,
I think what was it? protesting at the sheriff's office or something?
Again? Okay.
I swear that's what. Am I crazy? I might be crazy.
I wish they would put half that energy into something legitimately productive to help.
Yeah, standing outside a sheriff's office with a microphone is not going to do anything. We still there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did you forget it was my heart you were playing with? You made the rules to your own game. So your heart of ice, so I brought fire to learn it all just burns the same. Burns the same. Never forget whose heart you are playing with. No more rules to your game. Half gate, build a house of cards and play with fire.
My son is missing. He is not dead.
Enough.
Nobody's been arrested. And my son hasn't been found.
That's why he's standing outside the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
Look at that window so I can see them if they come out.
Joined by other supporters.
I am part of Team Sebastian. I just want answers. The community deserves to have answers. I think about Sebastian every single day, and it has gone on for way too long now. When we reached the 1 year anniversary, I couldn't believe it. And the fact that we're almost 2 years into it is so sad.
Those outside the office hope that by showing up, they can bring more attention to Sebastian's case and find any information that may lead to him.
I've never lost hope. My son is missing. He is not dead. I want my son found.
Tell us what you're doing to find him. We need answers.
Do you think of me? Now the flames turn cold and the fight is over. What do you think it means when these memories come as the winds turn colder? Do you think of me? Now the flames turn cold and the fight is over. Do you think of me when these memories come as the winds turn colder? Do you think of me?
Sheriff Paddock, where's my son? Why has my son not been found after a year and a half? What are you doing to locate and find my son? Because I know that you haven't accepted any assistance from anybody, so that must mean that you got this under wraps. Well, what's under wraps? Because my son's not at my house. My son's not at school right now. I don't get to take my son hunting or fishing. I don't get to play video games with him. I don't get to play cards. I don't get to watch movies. I get nothing while you're up there in your office. Where is Sebastian?
I can't place, but the rooms are mine. This is not my home. I don't belong.
I just got
Ooh, okay, guys, sorry about that. Just this ad. Let me take this down. Okay, so that's the video, and that's the importance, Katie, of us going and standing together with Seth because he wants answers. Hey, Amy Lynn. Also, Kitty Huck says all the CCTV footage is important. The clues are all in the footage. If you know where to look, if you know what you're looking for, and you know when you see it, it's all there. Um, I'm intrigued to know more about the silver sedan specifically. Because I get that, there's probably some things that my eye isn't as keen with when it comes to the lights in the area. But thank you, Nano. But I'm also curious to where that sedan went. Like if it like where did it go for 20 minutes is what I'm saying. Was it caught on other surveillance in the area? And I think a handoff is very possible. You know, I do think a handoff, and I think a handoff even from the Texas Roadhouse is very possible too. I do. Hey, Laura, good to see you. What a life they have. Oh my gosh, I know. Sorry. Best way to have. Well, I mean, it's really messed up, you know. I agree. Or maybe he didn't even make it home. You know, hey, the Book of E, good to see ya. If there is no signs of Sebastian leaving the house, then the responsible parent should be held accountable. It's pretty simple, in my strong opinion, but I digress. I mean, I think that is a very strong opinion to have, and I think it's a good one to have. And money, Siebert. That's right, money talks. Um, loser, in my opinion. Yeah, big time, big time. And he's done nothing but besides stir the pot on X, right? Which I'm not even really on X a whole lot, because it is pretty, it's kind of a wasteland. But um, that's true, very true, Mark. Ask yourself, why aren't they humble and seeking? Uh, they just aren't. They just aren't. Oh, I know. I wonder about that too, Devil's Queen. I do. I wonder if SF did the same BS in Celeste and that TikTok guy's case. Yeah, is it David with the 4 or whatever? He's purely a distraction. He was paid by the Proudfoots, in my opinion. Um, you know, I think he was paid to do damage control on X and to bully people around. I don't think that anything productive has come from his involvement, and that's across the board in many cases. It's not just Sebastian's case. Um, yeah, peace, love, and jeeps. Yeah, he absolutely did. I did watch that on the replay, and he was definitely um, one that shut it down quickly. Um, so just like I will shut this down quickly. There you go. Yeah, it came right from Jay. I didn't see anything on Duchess. And, you would think if they were given the opportunity to discuss or, address something, Chris wants to jump down everybody's throat and, make a fool out of everybody else. But what about the fuckery with the supposed donations, right? Hey, Alicia Hot Wheels, good to see ya. Even Mob and Silvers kept every penny. They'd be justified. Look at all the time travel, energy, and expenses they both put out. Yeah, but no, well, I will draw the line, Alicia, and I love you, girl. I'm not trying to, get into it. If you raise money for a specific cause, then it should be used for that specific cause, right? Like nobody's above doing the right thing, and that's just the right thing to do. Even Mob Crew, even Silvers, even me, even any of us. Um, how do I know that they haven't searched? Where's the proof that they have, witchy woman? Not to be confused with our witchy. So there we go. Thanks, Wild Angel. Roxy, you got it, girl. Thank you. I'm a little bit behind, guys, so I appreciate y'all being in here. Deanna, good to see ya. Good to see ya, hun. Yeah, I saw Lolly's video yesterday. Yeah, with the threats. Yes, yes. Someone sent that over to me and I was like, "Oh boy, there we go." I don't know. I would play it, guys, but I don't know if that's copyrighted music in the background or not. I do put copyrighted music in the background of mine. Everyone is more than welcome to use my content, and if you guys ever need it, without music in the background, I can get it for you. Just, give me an email and I can get it for you. Um, I just think music is more effective and I think it can convey something deeper. So, well, I don't I can somewhat agree with that comment, witchy woman. I can somewhat agree with that comment, but I look at it as a double-edged sword. I think that everything can be used for good and everything could be used for bad. When I see two parents that are given a platform and all they do is get up there and talk shit on other creators and bully them around instead of talking about their missing son, I mean, that's the problem, right? The internet isn't the problem. Social media isn't the problem. That's like saying if somebody gets shot with a gun, it's the gun's fault. No, it's the person behind the gun's fault. Parents of missing children shouldn't be entertaining drama, period, point blank. In my opinion, sick, twisted, sad, and what the fuck is going on? Thanks, Bucci Mane. I agree. Aw, yeah. Hey, Hope Floats. Lady Rather met you, Jen Kiki. I know, I know. Um, just wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people. A total nut job, exactly. Holly, nuggin futs, right? Nuggin futs. They've been a quiet few people ran off by searching not just the Cajun Navy. I agree with that too, Wild Angel. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, in Shadow, I think everybody, being there, you know, supporting all of the creators that are there. I think that's the best thing that you guys can do too, and pray with us, Pray that answers come, pray that someone's heart softens, pray that our voices are heard. That's what we really need to be doing. Katie thinks it's so cute to get up there and act a fool, you know. I'm glad you came out of the bushes, Hope. That's right. That's right. And the thing is that um we all are pretty aware of who has good intentions and who has bad intentions, in my opinion, right? The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. Hey, girl mom, too. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Kitty, I know people are posting that that is the Proudfeet's house. I have no idea why. It's obviously not their house. Is that 1006? I think 1006 is on the market. One of them is on the market, and I want to say it's 1006. Um, I couldn't imagine being a kid in that neighborhood. I couldn't imagine being little Faith Proudfoot. I really couldn't, because she's stuck to go stay there with people who disappeared, in my opinion, her stepbrother, right? You don't think she's smart enough to realize that Sebastian's not there? I mean, that's crazy, especially after the horror that her older brother and sister went through at the hands of Mr. Proudfoot, that they still talk about. That little girl came out, what, a year ago? Faith's sister, and talked about how she remembers everything that happened. Yeah, and that she's not a little girl anymore. Good for her. Hey, Daisy Duke, good to see ya. How do missing children go up and poof? Yeah, gone without a trace. Why, how, and what's going on? Yeah, Bucci Mane, what it's about is it is about the crime scene being contaminated first thing. They completely screwed the pooch on the investigation and the lack thereof, in my opinion. Right? They treated Chris and Katie like bereft parents whose child wandered off, and that's not it. Girl mom too, I agree. I promise y'all the FBI doesn't play around. They are making strategic moves through Mob Crew, and look who came out of their holes. Yes, and also girl mom, I don't want to take away from the work that Canine Jules has been doing with the FBI. And she came out and talked about that when I was in Hendersonville for Pigfest. So she was working with the FBI field office in Pennsylvania during Pigfest, or even, I should say, even prior to that, but she told us about it then, right? But there's a lot of stuff that she can't say again. Um, the FBI is well aware. I mean, everything that has come out recently has been given over to them as well, just like what's been given to them by hindsight. In my opinion, that's what they said they gave over. And I know that Seth's PIs were also working on it. So, it's absolutely more of a group effort than anybody likes to believe. But I just have to keep pointing back to that too, because that was a huge nugget that no one kind of caught. I mean, some people did, but other people kind of overlooked that. And I don't want that to be overlooked, because, again, if Mob Crew has this much footage, you best believe the police have that and then some, right? Hey, Julie. Julie says, I've been on Sebastian's case since day one. I'm so upset about CP and KP showing back up on YouTube. My hair is totally gray now. I'm not sure how long I could take this anymore. Yeah, Julie, it's out of control, and it's making it, emotions are high. Um, you know, every little bit that we can gather is just going to bring us closer to finding Sebastian. It just is. You know, I think he was paid to find out what LE knew. Oh, or knows. Oh, interesting, girl mom. I think all of them were paid to, I mean, to act like this, you would have to be. You would have to be paid to act this way. Yeah, LE showed last proof of life to Seth at Texas Roadhouse. Yeah. Holly S says, I believe these people have threatened the law enforcement in the small town as well. Look at the way they act social media for all the world to see. They make no qualms about who they are. Exactly. And Chris being so disrespectful to Silvers, his elder, who's working. What's wrong with this retired man searching for your stepson in his spare time, Chris? Good question, Holly. Why does that bother you? Yeah, what is bothering about that? Yeah. Or does he just want a public apology, right? Because he feels like he's being disrespected. But, you have to show respect to get respect. And last time I checked, you can drive into a neighborhood and around the cul-de-sac. But the thing is that they're so worried about people coming into their neighborhood and driving around looking for their missing son. And that's weird, right? Why does that bother them? Very strange. Oh yeah, let them keep it up is right. Oh gosh, yes. Oh yeah, let them keep it up. Let them keep it up. If Mob Crew and Silvers can't produce proof, then I don't know what I will do. All I am older and finding Sebastian is the only thing on my bucket list. Oh, Lord, please bring him home. Yeah, and guys, I think it's just good to explore every single option just because we don't know. We just don't know. And you know, it's just I'm hoping and praying that something happens soon, you know? If CP and KP did something, don't you think the police would know? Yeah, I think they do know. I think they do know, D. And I don't want people to I don't want people to think that I don't think that or here, let me rephrase that. I don't want people to think that I think that Mob Crew and Silvers know more than the police do, right? Because I cannot presume to know that, right? And I also think that all of the camera footage was handed in to law enforcement. They were gathering that up the first week. So it's my opinion that they're waiting to find Sebastian before they're going to charge. And so that's part of the waiting game. That's part of what's really frustrating. It's just very frustrating, right? Because I agree with you. I do agree with you. I think that the police know way more, you know. So, hey, sweetie, good to see ya. Yeah, and it's not about trust. Like I said, the intentions behind things are different. Um, we'll just have to see, you know, where this leads us, you know? Oh, Daisy, that's horribly gross. I'm sorry. I can't even repeat that. Um, I don't, yeah. I'm sure he will show receipts, and these people are so weird making everything about money, though. Chris still harping on Seth's GoFundMe. Yeah, I mean, that was really interesting as well. That was really interesting as well. And, you know, they had every opportunity to do things separately and they didn't, right? They could have been selling Sebastian's t-shirts. They had those green ones that they were selling through, I think it was just the distributor. I don't remember. I know I shared that information out in the beginning because like I said, um I'm not just for one person or the other, right? I try to remain a little bit diplomatic, especially because um, I don't know, right? If I knew for sure. Now there's things that I know for sure. And in that case, I will tell you all that, right? But I always show receipts for what I'm saying, right? Even with the J is for Justice post, I will post that on the community wall. So that way you guys can take a gander at it yourself, make up your own minds. But I would encourage people to um, make up their own minds, right? And do your own research. And I think that's always a good policy. Now, Sweetie, I have to disagree with you in the way that Seth has many people in his corner, and the very closest people in his corner are people who are actually there locally with him. So for people to say something like that, that's where you're causing a divide. So let's refrain from doing that in my chat, please, because I don't want another repeat of this other nonsense that happened the other day. We are all working together. We are all in Seth's corner. If we were not in his corner, then we wouldn't be for Sebastian, because we can obviously see that his mother and stepfoot are not in his corner, right? We know that Seth is in Sebastian's corner, but make no mistake, until you go to Hendersonville, Tennessee, you will never fully understand who is in Seth's corner. You just will never fully understand it. I've been there. I plan on going back. And the book of E, I drove through like 5 times. I know. Well, it's kind of like you just want to understand how this could have all happened, right? It's a real mystery. And the thing is that it's almost mind-boggling to think that Sebastian just poof out of the house, you know? And we have to keep the faith and we have to support each other. Don't cause the division. We're all Sebastian's army. We are all doing the best that we can with the information that we have. So again, if we're gonna, play teams against Sebastian's army against each other, that to me is not welcome. And I welcome everybody to come in here and say what you think and how you feel, but we're not doing that. So that can go somewhere else. I'm glad you guys are supporting Finding Sebastian. Agree. Chris is talking again, being nasty. Yeah, he sure is, Patricia. And the sad thing is that he has no qualms about saying disgusting, horrible things about anybody who's helping, who is trying to help, right? But then in the same breath, he'll turn around and say, "Well, at least Sebastian's name is out there." Okay, but you're putting it out there in a negative light or not at all. So you guys sat on that panel for 7 hours and didn't say nothing about Sebastian. All you did was talk crap about any of the efforts to find him. And talk about being productive, Katie. Why don't you get off your big butt and do something? I think we should collab and do an aerial advertising plane banner over Arizona address. Where's Sebastian? I don't know about the Arizona. Hey, Tabitha, good to see you. I don't know about that. Thank you, Book of V. I know you know what I'm talking about. I just hate to see people who are there in the trenches every day being, like thrown to the wayside, right? Like that's completely wrong in my opinion. I will never allow for that. Gina says, yeah, Seth can't do a live without them saying he's grifting, yet Chris is sitting with the biggest grifters in America, in my opinion. Gina, well said. I mean, that's it, right? It's like, and never addressing that the fundraiser for Sebastian for his birthday, what he would have wanted, right? Which sounds like, pretty grim in my opinion. They don't even address that. They just bash mob crews. right? Don't give him a chance to produce what he says is going to happen in 2 weeks. He keeps saying 2 weeks. So give him 2 weeks. Hey, if he hits the 2-week mark and he needs longer than that, sometimes these things take time, guys. So, I'm all for him trying and doing what he's doing. He's not even just trying, he's doing something, which is productive, Katie. If you go and look up the definition of productive, being productive is doing something. Oh, there were so many awkward silences. I mean, how long can they actually peddle the bullshit for, Holly? That's what I'm wondering. Especially someone like Queen Bee, who usually is kind of a tell it like it is, or she'll let people get up there and talk, and then air their grievances or whatever. But I mean, how much longer are they going to allow for that? You know, Especially now that barbecue's tapped out. That's just my observation, you know? Well, and that's the shitty part, Faye. And if the case stays open at Craddock's office, nothing went to the DA yet. Yeah, and that's the problem. It's so so nuts, so nuts. And it's driving all of us nuts. We're just right there with them. Yeah, I just know that. All right, thank you for clarifying, Sweetie. I just know that there was a big problem in our chat the one day, and I'm just not used to that. So I'm a little bit shell shocked from that experience, and I just don't want it here. It has no, there is no need for a divide, and especially people who are like there for Seth on the daily. CP wouldn't say one damn word. It's not a real man in his public road. Well, and I agree with what you were saying earlier too, Mark. I was a little behind in the chat, but that's the thing. I mean, I don't see anybody liking Chris Proudfoot and the way he acts. With all 5, 6 of him, 7, 8. I don't even know. I've never seen him in person, nor do I want to. There's a reason why I don't want to have a conversation with Chris Proudfoot. It's because I know what a malignant narcissist is like, and I understand that they will try to make you believe everything they're saying, right? And sell you on their bullshit. So I don't want to be a part of that, right? Um as for Katie, if I had a chance to speak with her privately, and she wanted to have that opportunity, then I would do that. And I've said that, but I've said very early on my channel that Chris is not allowed to come up on the panel. I don't want to talk to him. I have no use to talk to him if he wasn't even in the area at the time of Sebastian's disappearance. I have no reason to talk to him. So, in my opinion, these drama channels are being well paid for their services by Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot, and they will probably keep paying too. Allegedly, in my opinion, God is good, and your time will run out. In my opinion, I agree with that too, Julie. 100%, 100%. And thank you for saying my opinion. I think it's very obvious that the hate channels are being paid. They obviously have a lot more money rolling through their channels than the channels who are actively covering Sebastian's case, right? And then Chris and Katie get up on the panel, and it's polished turds time, and it's, let's make them look better than they are. When any one of those people up there have no problem saying anything else to anybody else's um, detriment, or they have no problem burning other people or roasting other people. So what's so different about the Proud Feet? They have to be getting paid, right, to keep their mouths shut. It's hush money. It's the oldest trick in the book. It's not original. And anybody who, has a brain can see that. Bored and paranoid, CC. Spot on. Just bored and paranoid. Yeah, I just can't deal with the BS. Bless, I can't. I can't. No, ma'am, I won't. You know, it's not okay. There's already been enough done, by people who are very unstable, in my opinion, and they need to get some help for that. And I pray that they do. Um, I don't know. I didn't know about Clue's channel, if it's been true crime or not. I don't know. I don't know. They call themselves Krama, you know? They call themselves Krama. And one of the Krama channels, I don't want to misquote it, but they're pretty much one and the same. We've talked about them several times here. You all know that watch me all the time. Grace's Gavel is Krama Chronicles, right? That's one of Terry Lynn's best friends for 10 years. And then you got Minnie, who is Krama Reels, who is also one of Terry Lynn's good friends, right? And they decided that they weren't going to do the right thing. And so they started Krama channels. And one of them went and super chatted Mob Crew the other day and talked about how distraught he's making Katie about the cemetery, right? Lights and everything. And then Katie comes up a couple days later and shows us how not distraught she is. So go figure. Again, just a nasty little troll. And here, this one's for you, Krama Chronicles and Krama Reels. This one's for you. Here, let's get a little bit of Phil over here.
These are the people that actually are so sick, they feel good about themselves for inflicting pain. And it's something called the dark triad. They have narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. And there's something called Schadenfreude, and it's when joy is derived by someone from another person's misfortune.
Yes.
So it's this dark triad. These are people you don't want to meet in real life.
No.
They're ugly people, and they will go virtual to real world sometimes, so you've got to be careful.
You're not. Mm-hmm.
And there's been a lot of actual psychological research into these people. These trolls post inflammatory, off-topic, insincere messages to hurt, provoke others, and they typically hide behind fake names or phony accounts.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting that their makeup is antisocial and sadistic.
Okay, you are the weakest link. Goodbye. Right? So yeah, they're antisocial, sadistic, people you don't want to meet in real life. They go real life from the internet. They use multiple accounts. They make disgusting, horrible, off-topic, right? They come into the chat. They make off-topic comments. They want recognition. They'll even pay for it, right? So she paid to get one of her nasty little comments put up there and read by Mob Crew, right? Because it was a super chat. So typically, because people will send us a super chat, we'll read it, right? Because that's the right thing to do, right? But you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't with those nasty little trolls, you know? Hey, little Miss Sharon, welcome back. I hope you slept well. I'm glad. No, I'm glad you got some sleep. Katie, the only thing you did for Sebastian is to go put a blanket out on the porch before you flee to another state, in my opinion. Boom. Thanks, Faye. Exactly. Oh, but then she did a gut-wrenching cry so all the neighbors could hear her before she leaves. Oh, she's just so full of shit. She's performative, but she's a bad actress. Holly says, I want to know why he came up on panel earlier in the day. Anyone who is to be given those women legal advice. Yeah, none of the damn business. Why is he so invested? Because he's part of it, Holly. He might not be named in the lawsuit, but he's the one that's egging them on. And I'm very surprised that neither Granny or Barbecue Lady is willing to admit that, right? He's absolutely egging them on and getting them into litigation that's costing them a bunch of money, right? And then Barbecue was upset because she's been giving super chats like they were like, going out of style, and also, very large amounts, right? Like 100, if I see $100 super chat, I'm like, holy cow, I almost feel like I need to give it back, right? I'm like, oh my God. But, that doesn't happen here. So I don't have to worry about it. But the problem is that she was doing that over and over. Like, somebody sent me screenshots in a one live stream where Barbecue Lady was dropping $50, or excuse me, 50 memberships, Queen Bee, 50, 50, 50, 50. And then she was also giving money, right? And now she's upset because she doesn't have any money, she says, right? I mean, come on. So they're going to crowdsource some more money for Barbecue Lady, and so Granny's not upset with her, da 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 da. But really, they should all be pointing the finger back at Mr. Proudfoot, in my opinion, right? Because he's the one getting them into deep shit, just like he did to, White Boy Lockdown Radio. Chris isn't the one that has a restraining order, he is. And it's all about what Chris was doing, and he was running back to Chris. I can't wait to tell Chris what I'm doing to this girl. Yeah, so Chris can get excited about it. It's all on tape. It's all a record in the courts of Florida. So, be mad at him. Oh, I think they are too. Maybe, girl mom, that's very possible. Where they're all funneling money throughout. And that's why they were calling it why they filed the RICO, to the best of my knowledge on it. Oh gosh, it's absolutely horrible, Holly. I agree. I agree 100%. And then no wonder she got mad. I saw something on 5D where she was going off and talking all this crap about other people, and it was because her fundraiser got kicked back, right? So instead of taking accountability and going up there and explaining, she just, yeah. I mean, and it happens. It happens all the time, but you take accountability for it, you address it, and then you move on. Not these people. They don't know what accountability is. Yeah, really. Mark says this is what happens when you give good paychecks to idiots. His union should be proud. I can't believe that the US military allows for this shit. I really can't. You know? No Kramas, no dark triads. Hashtag no dark triads. Hey, Joe. No, all she does is stream Brittany 24/7. That's her content. It's not true crime at all. Well, that's what they were going after Brittany Tina Girl. They were just sitting there on the panel going after her, right? Saying disgusting things, saying things like, oh, my wife looks better than her. Really? Like I said, if we didn't know who they were, we would never know that they were up there talking about a missing child. You know? Ugh. Ugh. Horrible. It's so hard for people to act like adults. Doodle mom. I don't know why. I don't know why. I do not know why. Yeah. And others making fun of searchers and threatening the searchers. They did not talk about any updates on Sebastian at all. Zero. None. They didn't even mention Sebastian's name. Not one time. Right? Not one time did they say, Sebastian, if you're out there, if you can hear us. It had nothing to do with Sebastian. It had everything to do with busting up all the creators that they could think of that are helping. And that's all of them across the board. And then on top of it, Brittany's not even talking about Sebastian. She was talking about Gypsy Rose. So it was something completely different. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. And then they talk about other people's looks, Mark, and it's unbelievable to me. They have zero self-awareness. Hello, Justice for New. Good to see you. Yeah. It makes me go wackadoodle, kitty. In my opinion, Clue and Cletus or Betty, I think all of three of them, and plus a few other channels, are way off in La La Land. Makes you want to play wackadoodle. Well, and I think that, you know, Chris is very afraid of Betty coming to town because he knows that she will have the bullhorn. Right? And they don't want us to talk. So, I'd be a little worried if I was them too. You know? Yes, Orb, exactly. Joe, you better if anybody starts bullying Joe, you're gonna get it. Lady Freedom, I sent you screenshots of AI summary of Chris and Katie's interviews. Very interesting. Ooh, cool, Holly. Thank you. I'll look at it. Thank you. Oh, that'll help me. That helps a lot. So then it's not just me, in my opinion. So I appreciate that. Um, there's a little truth in the blanket being missing from the house. Oh, very interesting, Kitty. I agree with that. Hello, Twitch. Good to see ya. The operators union needs help in Chicago foot airports. Oh my goodness. Not a not another Brenda waiting her money wanting her money back. Oh no, here we go again. I know. Well, and that's the thing. I guess it's getting transferred over. You know what I mean? Like instead of it going toward the Autism Awareness Foundation, which I don't get that. If they're redistributing it, I don't know why they wouldn't just give it to the Autism Foundation. So something with the eligibility there wasn't matching up. Maybe the Autism Foundation didn't want to take dirty money. I mean, that's a possibility, guys. I don't like dirty money, in my opinion. It's just like in Devlin's case. That $6,000 is dirt money. I don't want that money. I want nothing to do with that money. You know? CP said his wife looks better than Brittany. Yes, on her worst day. Thank you. What was her worst day, CP? Was it when you had to clean up her mess, in my opinion? Yeah, really. Yeah, and I mean, what is that girl mom? Like, I was so surprised when I heard that. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, who does that? When you have a missing child, that should be the furthest thing from your mind. Whose wife looks better? Like, what? I know 50 memberships would be about 250. Yeah, and she was dropping them like that, like 50, 50, 50, right? And then she would do $50 of a super chat, $100 super chat in the same live stream, you know? Yeah, worried about receipt they could take a leap. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you're here, Twitch. Well, Chris Proudfoot decided to make an appearance on Queen Bee, and Katie was with him. So, yeah, he's the puppet master, and they're too stupid to acknowledge it, in my opinion. Yeah, and they allow for it. They allow for him to just sit back and laugh and give legal advice, even though he lost he lost his litigation that he was involved in with Texana. He lost to Betty, right? His little crap that he tried to pull with me didn't work. So who is he to tell anybody anything, and especially about parenting when his stepson is missing? And I hate even to say that, but that's just, it is what it is. Yeah, UA Crimson, and that's another thing too with that whole nonsense. I suppose back in April they found some human remains. Um, in the event that that was someone that was known to be missing, we would have heard about it by now, in my opinion. Yeah, no one's gonna apologize. No. No. Um, I don't know the ins and outs of their religious arrangement. CC, I really don't. Yeah, oh, I believe that, Mark. I believe that. Yeah, I did heavy equipment. You'd be surprised how many can't save money. Well, and it seems like they might live above their means just a tad. Same here, runs with scissors. I'm waiting for that day too. Yeah, a whole human is missing, and he's worried about apologies from strangers. Boom, Holly, thank you. Exactly. Yeah, he's worried about what we think. He's worried about what we're saying. Like it's like some big deal, right? Like who cares what we have to say? But yet Chris is worried about it. Katie's worried about it. She doesn't want people standing outside protesting, gathering of voices for Sebastian. She should be the first one there. Hey, Rusty Pipes, good to see you. I wonder where those pictures are too. Apparently, they're on Chris's phone. Runs with scissors. That's what he said on Elevated Goof's channel. Yeah, very insecure. Very insecure. They were also joking about Katie being in California. Yeah, they certainly were, Gina. They certainly were. They thought that was like the biggest hoot there was. Oh, ha ha ha, we're in California. Well, I mean, it said your vehicle was serviced there. I don't know. That's what it said. That would have scissors. That would have been a good question that panel could have asked them, but that's why they go on that channel. No real questions. No, they're not going to question anything. They're not even going to talk about Sebastian. They're too busy talking about grave robberies and things like that. You know, and Katie didn't even get emotional or anything, and neither did Chris when they're talking about how that wacko, and that's like not even doing that psychopath justice, had a child in his basement hanging, right? That apparently he took from a grave. But they were fine with that. They were fine with that, you know? And I know for a fact that it bothers Seth to hear things like that. There is no, in my opinion. I don't know if they're what they're doing, but Faye, he did mention that he's on the market if or whatever. I guess that's why Katie had to come up there with him. But either way, we've seen Chris and how he acts in public with other women. There was also a lot of whispering in the background when they were on panel. I wonder if you could enhance the sound to hear what KP is saying. Girl mom, that's the hardest part about that audio is yeah, that's what I'm going to work on is trying to that's why I need to shave it down so much so that way I can go back through and pull her up higher than everybody else. Because if I was just to turn it all the way up, it would just be this, same. I would have to actually go in there and turn up the volume on Katie and then, just cut that part, turn up the volume on Katie, and then proceed through. So yeah, because there was a lot of things, and she was laughing too, in a very like weird little laugh, that little giggle she was doing. Really gross, and it's the best you can hear it the best as is if you have headphones in. Yeah, most most guys I know, Mark. That's the thing. That's the thing that I wonder about with Cletus and like all of the men that are involved in the daily drama, right? It's very odd to me. I'm like, what man acts like this, right? That is just like Oh my god, did you hear what Brittany J is doing? Like, that's what he sounds like, Cletus, specifically. And he's telling his wife, like, about the drama. And usually, like, it's the wives telling the husbands about the drama that they don't even really wanna hear about, but they're just like, "Uh-huh, yes, dear." Right? Kinda like when we see Julie and Al, like, that's what you expect to see, like, Al's just kinda like, "Yeah, okay." You know? You don't typically see this, and men, so thank you, Mark, because I agree. And I said the same thing, when I was listening to this. I'm like, oh my gosh, he's like sitting there. Oh, I got to get this information over to my wife for lickety split. Um, ugh, that dynamic is so fucked up. He loves going to court. It's weird. Oh, because narcissists love dragging people into court. They do, and why would anyone wanna go to court? I don't know, Tina. It's a whole hassle. You have to sit there and get beeped in, it's just a whole deal. You have to make sure you don't have a lighter on you or whatever. It's just like, ugh. But narcissists, I read an article, um, I wonder if I still have it or if I erased it out of my phone, but I was gonna do a video on it, and then um I think it was when I moved or whatever that I kind of, got sidetracked and a little bit behind on things. But when BHB and the Proud Feets were going to court, like the Foot Clan, the whole entire Foot Clan, was going to court with Betty, I looked it up. Why do narcissists love to go to court? Because they do. They love it. They'll pull you in and out of court. Um, it's just a way to fight with somebody. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Um, Total Letitia Stout vibes. Oh, definitely. Holly says, in my opinion, it's very dark. I think Chris is probably turned on by Katie, probably for the first time ever. They are equally yoked, in my opinion. Oh, well said, Holly. And I agree with that. He loves when Katie plays that little bad girl act, right? Where she's just hot shit. And, she's just as bad as she wants to be. Yeah, he loves it. He thinks it's cute, you know? Oh, yeah, the Ken and Barbie and Ken vibes on the libraries from Canada. The Thrill Killers, yeah, yeah, totally, totally. They give up off those vibes. Um, no, I'm not going to apologize for one that the we would never be looking at them if they didn't have uh well, and I'll just use this as an example. If I was babysitting someone's child, I would expect them to look at me if I was the last one with the child and the child just disappeared, right? And there was some mysterious flashlights in the middle of the night and I'm the only one left in the house. Hello? Am I missing something? Because I don't think I am, you know? Hey, Liberty. Yeah, drama is horrible. Believe me, a lot of my brain cells were sucked out yesterday listening to that crap. Yeah, five wives, please. Right. And then poor Faith. I feel so sorry for poor little Faith. You know, just sick. Yeah, no, I hear you, Liberty. I don't go over either. No, but I also I just think how the hell are they so hell bent on just going after her? You know? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous and I don't understand why. So she clearly is the last one that wants to draw attention to herself and wrapped and serviced. She wasn't just in California; she was all over. And just because that address isn't listed, they are known. Right? Exactly. Exactly. And with the van situation, because this was also addressed in Voices of Truth's live. Um, it was said that because just to be clear, um, now I did see the El Cajon address. It looks like there's either a typo or something, because it says El Cajon, California, San Diego County, July 2025 through January of 2025. And I don't know if that's it, because that should be January of 2026. So, and sometimes public records are inaccurate. We know that, guys. If we just Google search ourselves, we, you know, we could kind of come up with that on our own. Um, so, some of it is going to be true, and then some of it not so much. But in terms of the van is owned by the parent company of Brinks. It's not owned by Katie, and so she would be the driver noted, uh, and where the vehicle was, right where it was parked. Um, so it's not like anyone is saying that Katie owns her own van, because I know we were going over that a little bit, in terms of, do the Brinks people have their own van, because it was wrapped with a logo also during this 2025 time period, according to the Carfax and maintenance log therein. Oh my gosh, I know. And he he'll hit on anyone, you know? I think it's super wrong too, Joe. But it's just like Queen Bee was saying, typically they're like trying to get people's like jewelry or things that were buried along with the person. Typically it's not like to get the actual person, and that's what this guy was doing, was like selling the human remains. Um yeah, it's all about raging on Britney, you know? It's crazy. Aw, thank you, girl mom. Thank you, thank you. I need to check my email because I've been a little bit preoccupied with this. So I think I got everything cleared up and looking really good in there, and I'm sure I got a little bit that I need to catch up on. So but thank you, girl mom. I really appreciate you doing that. Right? Why in the world is she not at any of the vigils or gathering of voices at Culver's? None. Yeah, because and that's the thing, Holly. That is such a good point. Let me read it again. The gathering of voices or at Culver's, none of those. She's been absent for all of them, and the community over there must notice. Well, and the thing is that they did one in Clarksville and one in Hendersonville. And so Seth was at the one in Clarksville. Obviously, that's near him. But then Chris and Katie could have been at the one in Hendersonville, and they weren't, right? So they wouldn't have had to deal with anybody except for their own peeps, right? Um, and I think that would have extended an olive branch to see them there, right? To see them doing something, right? But instead, they're not. But if you need flyers and you want to listen to Chris Proudfoot lie to you for a couple hours, he's all down for it, right? You'll get some free flyers out of it, and he'll be able to, talk your ear off and think that he's convinced you of something, like he did with Nerdy Addict. We all saw how well that worked out. He really thought he was going to pull one over. Chris thinks he's the smartest one in the room. They know where Sebastian is, and everything they do is to make sure he can't be found. I agree with that, Liberty. And to make fun of the people who are looking. Absolutely. I would have simply excused myself when they started talking about bones and graves. Oh my gosh, I know. But Katie sat there and completely unbothered, creepy as hell. I mean, I would have too. I mean, Holly, I just couldn't be aboard for that. There's no way, especially not when people are telling me that they think that my child's in a graveyard. I mean, if Katie honestly didn't know where Sebastian was, then that would bother her, right? Because she would be thinking, "Oh my God, what if he is there?" right? Like any normal person, even if you're like, okay, I don't like Mob Crew, he's crazy as hell, blah blah blah, right? Even if you think that, you know, and now he's paying for testing, now he's doing this, wouldn't that make you think twice, especially if you didn't know where your son was? It would make me think twice, even if I didn't agree with the YouTuber or particularly like them. It would make me think, oh gosh, could it be that somebody took my son and put him in the cemetery? He's right next to me? Like, I don't know. That would bother me. I would be very bothered by that. And then on top of it, talking about that specific subject, I just can't. I just can't get it. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. I just can't be on board with that. You know, they look dumber every time. Justice for Noog. They get too comfy and they'll screw it up. In my opinion, yeah. Let them talk. Let them just keep on coming up here acting like this. I mean, it's it's just more fuel to the fire. Um, They definitely weren't themselves, very deflated, not so, drunk or dupered out. Right, right. Yeah, yeah, I mean, and I think Chris was kinda showing his, liquor consumption towards the end there, but yeah, I mean, Katie was just sitting in the background, like, Girl Mom 2 was saying, just quiet, and nobody respects Katie, none of them do. Right? She'll say something and nobody stops talking. They just keep talking over her. Nobody respects her. And she knows that. Katie knows what her place in life is until Sebastian is found, and I think that's when they're actually going to do something. So we just got to focus on finding him. CP's afraid of the machete. Oh Lord. It's funny. As many people as was in the woods, people were saying you need to get a machete, and it's no joke because those little bramble bushes or whatever, the pickers. Oh yeah, they get stuck to you. It's necessary if you're in the woods to have something like that. Peace, Love, and Jeep says, in my opinion, BJ participates in keeping the drama going. I stopped watching her and I messaged her a few times to stop participating, giving them no attention, and she just keeps it up. Well, I will say, Peace, Love, and Jeeps, I did leave that in a little bit. One of the parts pertaining to how Queen Bee says that her chat will troll her, right? And obviously we know, we've seen this. It's happened to me before too, and that's why I shut it down right away. I don't feed into it typically. I did a little bit when I was disagreeing with Crew's theory, right? But I also said that that was the wrong way to handle it, and that I won't be handling it that way moving forward. So I know how easy it is to get sucked into it, right? Um, but Brittany J's chat was telling her things that Chris was doing or saying. And then she's like, extortion? What? And then she goes off and talks about the extortion thing, even though she knows that she didn't do it or whatever. I mean, she seemed pretty adamant anyway, in my opinion. But she was being trolled by her own chat, and then Queen Bee and everybody's laughing about it, right? And so I agree with what you're saying. And I do agree with what, and I tried to reach out to Brittany J as well when I was going through the same thing with Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, and their little cronies, Terry Lynn, White Boy Radio, and his wife. I tried to, extend that olive branch. That's the only thing that I could do. Right, but she has to make her own decisions. So that's why, again, I do not partake either, because I just don't like to watch anybody get hurt like that. Like, to me, it's horrible. No, it is enjoying for them. It is enjoyment for them, Tina. It really is. Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. Definitely, girl mom. And you could tell Chris McDonough, he did an amazing job of when they were doing the one track mind in the interview, and both of them were doing their hands exactly the same way. That was just brilliant. I was like, that's spot on, just spot on. Yeah, you're so right. So I love the sound of deflation and fear from disgusting perps, my opinion. And finally, Clue ignored them after the umbrella incident. KP was just letting it drain on her, probably gain more. Oh, what umbrella incident? I must have missed that. KP's mirroring everything he does. Right, girl mom. Right. And, it's like that's something that I never would have picked up on. I mean, maybe after watching the interview a bunch of times, maybe. But yeah, I mean, right there it was just like so blatantly obvious that KP was mirror matching what Chris was doing, right? Um and we've heard him many, many times degrade Katie, and then Katie degrades herself, right? For example, Chris will say, "Oh, Katie, you're horrible with music. Let me tell him." And then Katie, she'll be on a panel completely by herself, like Duchess's panel, for Sebastian's birthday, and she says, "I'm horrible with music," right? But that's what abusers do, right? They'll take someone who was otherwise confident and steal all of their confidence away, right? And if you're told all the time, "You're bad, you're bad, you're bad, you're bad," you're gonna start saying, "I'm bad, I'm bad, I'm bad." It's just human nature. It's any of us. Even the strongest willed person could be broken down by an abuser. Yep, she was cocky, she was sassy, she's fat and sassy, having fun. Yep, she acted like she just won something. Oh my god. Holly, spot on. Receive some good news. It's disgusting. I mean, it is. It's like she acts like, and that's another thing with Chris. And I will have it pointed out for you guys, in a clip. But that's exactly it. It's completely disgusting. They act like they're like Miss America and Mr. America. And I'm going to break the internet and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. No, nobody wants to hear from you guys unless you're talking about Sebastian. But then again, you guys will sit on a panel for 7 hours and not talk about him. So I agree with that. I agree with the smarter and meaner than she looks, in my opinion, than she portrays herself to be. She portrays herself to be, like a country bumpkin, right? But Katie in the Navy, that's one of the most traveled arms of the military. So she may not have been well bred, to start out with, but you kind of learn those things, and also your confidence is built up. So, I mean, it's just like anything. If you're just stuck in your own little world in your own little town where you grew up in, and then and your parents grew up there, and all the teachers, and then your kids go to school and the same teachers, you're in a bubble, right? But when you start getting out of that bubble and you travel around and you realize that there's more out there, right? You still always love your home and you never forget where you came from, but you also realize that there's other viewpoints out there than your little bubble. And you receive that when you get that type of military training, even though they want to make fun of and downplay it. Girl Mom 2 says, and remember the neighbor said he saw someone running back quick to the house. That neighbor didn't just make that up. No, exactly. Thank you, Girl Mom 2. And I appreciate that very, very much, because, these eyewitness accounts are very important. These people have no skin in the game, right? They're just living in the neighborhood. They just want the activity in the neighborhood to stop. Obviously, they've said that many, many times. Now, maybe some of them are growing a conscience, and maybe some of them are saying enough is enough. Maybe some of them are realizing that if they get that information out, it can help. Maybe they're just frustrated that nothing's been done about the information they've given. I don't know. But I agree with you 100%. The neighbor didn't just make that up. And I don't think Bobby was just making things up. Mountain Man Swag, I'm guessing they might have. Some people were telling me they couldn't find it. I mean, if you're trying to, make the Proudfoots look good, it's probably not a good look to have that up, but it's just, I mean, once it's out there, it's out there. But there could be a good amount of people that are sick and tired of the bull crap because maybe they're seeing right through Chris and Katie's shit. They're sitting up there pretty on a panel, joking and laughing and thinking it's funny, and you got other people like Granny and Barbecue Lady in turmoil, saying they're broke as fuck, going after each other left and right. Just I mean, come on. It's like maybe they're starting to realize it. I mean, yeah, it'll get you like 8,000 views, but I mean, is it worth it? Yeah, very bad influence on Sebastian, in my opinion. Very bad. Yeah, tap dancer Lizzie. I'm worried about, Nina. Nina's a strong woman, but Little Faith is who I worry the most about because I can't imagine thinking that my dad disappeared one of my siblings or my stepmother. I don't even know. I've never had a stepmother. My parents were married for 25 years and my mom passed away. So I don't know. I don't know what it's like. But I do know what it's like to be divorced. And I can't imagine. I can't imagine what Faith has to go through. I can't imagine what Nina has to go through. I only know from being married to a narcissist like Chris. So I kind of understand, but not fully. Oh, I know. I mean, if my kid was missing, Mark, I would be looking all over the place. I wouldn't even care. Like I said, if I didn't even like the creator or whatever, I didn't agree with what they were saying, I would still be rooting for them. Right? I would be the first one to donate to Mob Crew if that was my child. Right? Unless I didn't believe it, then I would just maybe wait back and see, but I still wouldn't badmouth them. Right? I might disagree with them and say, "Look, I don't believe what's going on," but then again, let's see what happens, right? I appreciate the help. It's just as simple as that. Even if you don't agree, you can at least say, "I appreciate the help." I mean, like where is the I mean, well, and again, it's like it's a total different extreme to another, right? Instead of just saying, "Hey, I don't agree with what mom's doing," and leave it at that. They're like, "Oh, he's a, this, he's a that, he's a this, and come to my house and let me see, all this crap, you know? I'm sorry, Evan baby. I'm sorry to hear about that, hun. And it happens a lot. Family court is a beast. And they allow for the best. They say they're in the best interest of the children, and they're not. They're in the best interest of the parent who has the better lawyer. Period. End of story, in my opinion. Justice for Nuke says KP just wants to play mama for CP. Oh Lord. Yeah, Katie just likes that lifestyle. She likes the lifestyle. She likes to feel like she's got people in her corner, and now she needs people in her corner because everybody is honing in on her, in my opinion. CP in one of his interviews said soon to be family of 4. I'm confused. Oh, he was saying wife number 4. When you have 5 weddings, it's probably your fault, Mark. I don't see how anybody can brave like more than maybe 2. Maybe you give a chance after you've healed up a bit, but no, I can't see that. I don't even know how you do that like with a straight face 5 times. Because I'd probably be like, in sickness is in health, even though death do us part didn't work 4 times, and let's try it again. I don't know. I mean, at that point, you just have a secret ceremony in the woods like Braveheart. I don't know. Joe, to be honest, you need human remains to do Apollo rituals for the Ghana. Just saying, I have no idea. I have no idea, Joe. I do not know about that. Um, who knows? Nina needs since he's cleared supervised visits to the lease. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't believe that they allow for that without any type of a clearance. Yeah, I don't know. Faith is old enough to be scared to death. She will put 2 plus 2 soon. I think she has too, Mark, and that's what's really, really sad. There's no amount of sparklers that are going to make that better. Yeah, and they won't talk to Chris McDonough because they know Chris McDonough will come over there and he'll do exactly what happened with Summer Wells and show them for who they are without even trying. Right? Because that's what he did with Candace. I mean, he just walked around her house like he didn't even do anything. He just pulled into the driveway, filmed as is, and everybody got to know Summer's situation a little better, and Candace could be mad all day, but she's the one that, portrayed herself in the most accurate light. Um, so Oh, geez, Louise. Gina says, I saw CP before court. I was standing outside the courtroom. He was smiling, said hi. Oh my goodness. I can't imagine. I can't imagine. Oh boy. You know? Oh, I can't imagine. Yeah, no, girl mom, but I'm just saying if even if I didn't as a parent, you know what I mean? I still wouldn't badmouth him. I would just, see what happens. And especially if she doesn't know what happened to Sebastian, she should be like, "Oh, okay, that maybe this could be something," right? Um, I know. Well, that's what's scary for Nina. That's true. That is true, Holly. Yeah, I'm afraid one day Faith is going to say she no longer wants to visit with them and she's going to look at a little bit too much like Nina and yeah, and set Chris off. Yeah. Well, and that's what happened to poor little Harmony Montgomery in my opinion. And there's other cases as well that was a big part of it. Allegedly redacted based off of the million other missing kids cases out there that end up the same way. What do you think or who do they think they're fooling? Well, and that's it, allegedly redacted because, they think that they're original and they're not. Like it's so textbook and it's so it resembles other true crime cases because of the patterns in true crime, and they think that they are fooling people, right? They were laughing, joking, thinking it was a good old time. Oh, I know. Mark, Nina is so strong. Oh my god, she is so strong. Yeah, it's very confusing. It's confusing to any of the moms, so it's confusing to any of the moms. CP is incapable of unconditional love, and Sebastian wasn't perfect, so he has less attachment to him than a normal person would. Yeah, and I think that is a big part of it, right? And I think a lot of it had to do with Katie not being around when he was little, as much because she was working. I think that has a big part to do in it, right? That he built a stronger bond with Seth, and so there could have been some resentment there, um, in my opinion. Yeah, he's probably well, I think he was jealous about everything. everything with Sebastian. He's smarter, he's better looking, than Chris. Um, Chris is just a little pudgy guy with a mullet. It's kind of gross, right? And then the personality factor. When you have a personality disorder, in my opinion, like Chris does, it makes you worse looking. You're less attractive, right? Um, oh, I agree with that, oven baby. Yeah. Yeah, sister of 4 autistic siblings, mother was autistic. She's no longer here. I'm sorry, Evan baby. Autistic people are nicer than quote unquote normal kids, especially no entitled mentality, no loud noises liked, no mess. Yeah, that's true. They like things in order. That is a good point. Um, and that's something that Smiley had brought up to the Proud Feet in the beginning. I remember her saying that to him, both of them actually. Doesn't Sebastian have a routine? Because I know my son likes things in order, specific order. Um, Katie does a lot of mirror matching, Tina, of people in general. She does. And I think that's part of her issues, right? Where she's not comfortable in her own skin and she has to mirror other people because she obviously doesn't know how to act in social situations either. Um, you know, it's very odd to say the least. None of his shoes were missing. None of his shoes were missing. Mm-mm. Not, he didn't take a phone and none of his shoes were missing. That's my best Katie. I just had babies stuck in the hospital. I need to lose like 40 pounds. Well, that'll come. That'll come. Um, I think the reason for Katie's, um, blowing up stress and then also just sticking in the house all the time. And like when they were on Nancy Grace, Nancy asked what kind of problems at school, and Katie said really quiet, like lying about doing work. Yes, I remember that exactly. And she was saying to Mr. Proudfoot, to Mr. Proudfoot, and then he finally answered. But I think that was sorry, that was more so to do about the physical discipline. And I'm saying discipline in air quotes, but yeah, they did. They talked about how Sebastian was getting in trouble because he gets too close to other people. Well, that's not something that you would get in trouble for, especially knowing that this child is autistic, right? Because that's part of the characteristics, that we see is that sometimes they don't understand the social boundaries and things like that. But that's not something that can't be worked on. But yeah, like lying about doing work. Ugh, even though he was doing wonderfully at some of the subjects. Well, apparently he really liked his FFA, right? Because he was awarded and he was doing online classes that Chris didn't like. She made fresh muffins for Krabby. They are these people all the time, in my opinion. Oh Lord. Oh my gosh. It's so strange. It's so strange. Hey, Brenda Sue, thank you for being here. I kind of don't think they have an attorney be okay with them acting like this. I think they do, Holly. I really do think they have an attorney, but I don't think that he's okay with it. He probably doesn't even know. I bet if I could bet he probably doesn't know that Katie was on there, right? And then she's acting all indignant like, "Oh, if you're really going to look for my child, be productive. Well, tell us where he is and we'll get a search party together." Right? I don't have a problem doing that. Actually, it would be better for us not to go bother Eric Craddock, excuse me, because Eric Craddock didn't disappear Sebastian, did he, Katie? Or did he? Because I don't think we should go after Eric Craddock particularly. except for maybe to get some answers out of them. But really, the answers lie with you, Katie. So why don't you tell us where we can start looking? I bet you won't do that. Oh, she loves the attention oven, baby. She just loves it. Exactly. Well, and that's right, Joe. I forget what the tests are called, right? But she didn't have a dumb Joe in the excuse me, a dumb job in the Navy. Any tech job in the Navy is challenging, right? Because they do that test. I forget what it's called. But it's like an aptitude test, and it places you in the best areas where they can use you for whatever your strengths are, right? They identify your strengths and then they put you to work. That's a well-oiled machine of our US Navy, of our US Air Force, Marines, Army, right? So, yeah, she was well fit for that, for a tech job, obviously, and they placed her there, and then she continued on. Beaches like that, their dream is to come back and be a teacher. A lot of them do that. Aw, that's so sweet. And they have good programs over there, Gina. They really do. And I was very much impressed with Grace's place as well when we were talking about the who was benefiting from Pigfest. Um I thought the program that they have for women and children was like out of this world, really. Have been in that position myself. Um, yeah, I mean, who could ask for better? Especially when you're getting out, you know. Um, Mark, according to Voices of Truth and their research, she is still working for Brinks. According to their research. Now, like I said, I don't know if there was a typo in the California thing or if it was just a public records discrepancy. Um, because I didn't notice it the first time we went over it. But it was saying, July to January 25. And so I'm thinking maybe that was a little bit off, but um nevertheless, it does seem like she's been working for Brink still. Yeah, true. Yeah, Oven, I agree, and I think men, except for her son and her son's father, have always been priority with her. We all know the type. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Well, and that's something that I see with Devlin's mom. All the men always come first. It's always about the men. She's got a missing son, but she's talking about men, right? Having me look up to see if Panda Bear's mom is related to Panda, the girl that's with Ray Ray now, and all this fucking bullshit. Instead of let's worry about where your son is. My sister refused to eat, and doctor said to give her a beer to stimulate her appetite. Back in the 60s, I didn't get that, Gene. I love to eat in my normal state of mind. Right, right, CC. That's funny. Oh my goodness, I didn't even know that that could stimulate your appetite. I guess if you have the munchies, but yeah, it's been seen in too many missing kids cases. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I know she plays along response and then shouldn't, etc. But last night she really did a good job of telling Chris to go fuck himself. Oh no. Did I miss something? I think I missed something. Uh-oh, I don't know. Well, good. People need to be telling him to go F off. It's ridiculous. Hey, Gigi. She make out about 60K, then now what? Doesn't seem worth it. Well, I know, and that's the thing. I mean, and Katie could always like get out and take care of herself, it seems to me. It's not like they have kids together. She would have to fight for custody, or it didn't seem like their finances were super intertwined. Again, I don't know because I'm not trying to look into them that much, right? I mean, yeah, it's interesting when others do it. I'm very grateful for when they do that. Um, you know, I just think the proof is in the pudding. There's some Chris and Katie are not fooling anybody. Oh, he loves it. He does love it, Gigi. I know. No, you're so right. It's like it's almost to the point where do we even want to talk about it? But I couldn't help but pull that one clip in, and then I'm like, you know what? There's some other questionable clips here that we could discuss. So, and Seth did help her with that also. Yeah. Oh, I pray she never has to go back there to that home. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and I still don't know what's wrong with the New Mexico court system that they're allowing for that, you know. And obviously there's been a few times now. I guess it would be maybe 3 or 4 that she's came for a visit since Sebastian went missing. Um I don't think they've ever looked good at any point in time, Tina. I think everybody in their own town was pointing fingers at them, and then it just went like wildfire on Facebook and on YouTube, and all of that, you know? Yeah, I don't even know if he was out of town, allegedly redacted. I'm not sure. He possibly could have been, you know? KP ran back across the common area to her home. They are complicit, equally responsible that Sebastian is missing. I agree. Yeah, I agree with that too. Death by chocolate, absolutely. The judge should be able to see those CPS reports before sending Faith. And I think Faith should be old enough to say whether she wants to go there or not. I don't know what the age is there, but she should be able to make that distinction, in my opinion, especially if she doesn't feel safe. So, and then they were out of town when the searches were happening. Yeah, exactly. I agree too, Mark. I think she'll refuse after a while. And her wishes should be taken into consideration at the very least. Oh, Joe saying, Lady Freedom, I think that camera in the bedroom may have been Nina's idea, a safe space she can monitor remotely. I just don't think that Chris Proudfoot would give her that peace of mind or that control. But maybe he did. I don't know. He's a, who's a gangster? Oh, I know. Now I know who you're talking about. Okay, I'm like, who's a gangster? Oh my goodness. When Holly Bobo went missing, her mother took any tip from anyone. Yes. And when people start telling her to check in the boys who unalived her, she started knocking on their doors one by one. Amen. Girl mom. And that's another thing. Um, Desiree, um, Kyron Horman's mother, she is a shining example of that. So is Brandy Neal, right? They're just a shining example of what a mother would do, right? Who didn't know where their child is. But Katie is a totally different ball game. She just, you know, she doesn't care. Mark says I can't eat when my football team loses. That's funny. Hey, I'm just glad the Bears are winning. I was like, "Oh, really? I didn't even know they were doing so well." And I didn't learn that from Chris Proudfoot. I learned that a couple days later. So, um, Joe, we can't dox people. We don't dox people here. Faith definitely needed a camera in her bedroom facing the window or audio only for whatever reason. Maybe it was court ordered because Nina asked for it. Yeah, I mean, I just like in the bedroom, I was like, oh, now maybe outside, yeah, to make sure like the of her window or something. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, just loves the drama. Go Bears. That's right. Da Bears. That's right, Mark. I was laughing with Shauna and Jen because Shauna will say, "How about them Bears?" If there's nothing to say. Before I go, Clue was saying mean shit again. In my opinion, I hope they go to jail along with CP and KP. In my opinion, yeah, they're just they're weird little trolls. They're weird little trolls. I know now I'm rooting against the Steelers. Girl, mom, I'm rooting against the Steelers for sure. Oh, I didn't know that was your team, CP. No, I'm just kidding. Um, Aw, thanks, Patricia. I'm trying to be nice. It's hard. It's hard though with these with the coming out with all the crap. I mean, she was awfully quiet after that. She's like, "Yeah, we're still here, but I mean, how does anybody justify that? Like, at least she's better. She last night she was doing better not to justify every single thing they were saying. You know what I mean? Like she used to be kind of like a little pet dog, like barking for Chris, but now she's kind of reeled back a bit. And I think there's a lot of stuff going behind the scenes. Um, you know, that's making things a little different. I mean, how long can you do it for? Even if it was your best friend or your kid, it's like you can only go so far with, sticking up for someone who's totally in the wrong. Faye says Katie knew CP was married when she went with him, and she was married also. Once a cheater, always a cheater, in my opinion. Yeah, and I mean, I could tell from both sides. Obviously, there were things going on in both marriages that it was really time for that to come to an end, in my opinion. Right, and like I'm not a big advocate for divorce or I'm not a big advocate for staying married. I think it's individual. And if you're having that many problems where, what Nina was experiencing, what Seth was experiencing, and none of us were there, so we don't really know. But I think that it's pretty safe to say that both of those relationships had kind of ended. But a narcissist typically will find another relationship before they get out of one because their ego doesn't allow for them to be single, right? So that's why you see these serial like daters, and then you'll see the serial marrying, this person, that person, this person, right? Um, because their ego drives them, and their narcissistic supply has to come from somewhere. Shadow says some people say that Chris M ruined Summer's case. I don't see how that could be true. No, I don't know who would say that. That's interesting. So, groups have had enough. They're on their plates. I can imagine the reception they'd get in Tennessee court. Oh Lord. Sammy says I have more gratitude for my neighbor who was raking my yard. Right? Exactly. Exactly. You know. Joe. Oh my goodness. I must have missed something. You're a loose cannon. Oh Lord. Oh jeez. I think this is a good chat. Respect to the mods also. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. We tried to do a good job over here. Uh KP mirrors other people because she's sympathetic and empathetic with the conversation, and it's a way of bonding with the person. It shows you're engaged and interested. Yeah, and I think it's a manipulation tactic as well. Well, I don't only think it's a manipulation tactic. I know it's one because it's taught in sales, right? And sales people know about this. And it's basically to do with mirroring your customer so they feel more comfortable and so they feel like they're doing business with somebody who is like-minded like they are. Oh, thank you, Little Miss Sharon, for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. Um, if you got a membership from Little Miss Sharon, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. I'm a young 62, but 9 out of 9 in true crime stuff. A lot of experience. Yeah, and I think that's why people are so um, you know, invested in Sebastian's case because there's just so much wrong with it. There's just so much wrong with it. No, Sandy, he wouldn't talk like that to anyone's face. And he tried to do that, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am thing, and it didn't work out. Whose channel did they come on? Queen Bees. Queen Bees. Well, and that's the thing. We also have a lot of people who have military families and family in the military, and we all know they don't act like this. I know. I wonder about the support too. I know. Well, and Chris has a problem paying for that too. Um, Sandy says no bears. I know. I saw that, Mark. We finally beat the Packers. Oh my goodness, that's a huge win. Sammy says it seems like they're in this echo chamber of people who thought Sebastian was odd or people they could convince that he was off. So maybe they misjudged the rest of the world, do you think? Well, I mean, I don't see how anybody could look at Clue and her husband and think that they're the picture of normalcy. I mean, that's the whole issue. And I did have this background up earlier, and I'll just put it back up for the rest of the show. But how many people actually think that this is normal, right? That Clue is like, "Oh, hi, Chris." And she can't wait to see him. She's so excited. You would have thought fucking Ed McMahon came knocking on her door, you know? And then you got Katie with the dead eyes. You got Chris dressed up like Seth, making fun of him for being out there, right? Oh, not again. Well, yeah, Sebastian hasn't been found yet. So, yeah, you know, unbelievable. Unfriggin' believable, you know? So it's just, and then they go to a reptile show, right? I mean, they don't care. They don't care. Oh, she wishes, Sandy. She wishes, and for a woman to look like that, for another man, and your husband sitting right there, Lord Almighty, help us all, right? Or maybe they're not married. I guess their fiance is the term. But either way, I mean, Cletus is willing to put a ring on it right now, right? Talk about one a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. Um, oh, do a video of them from Nancy to Queens, show their true colors. Oh my goodness, justice for new. Okay, I will incorporate some of that. Oh my goodness, my phone's just gonna be dead because I'll have no storage whatsoever. Oh my goodness. The dead eyes and a bizarro smile. That's her and Nancy. That is a picture of Katie from Nancy. Hey Rosebud, thank you for your kind comment earlier. Help us help you, Katie. We want to be productive too. What have you been doing to be productive to finding your son? What's with the mystery, right? Why won't you just tell us where he is so we can go find him, right? If you don't know exactly where or whatever, but yeah, she says that she wants us to be productive. How so? Great question. You know? I do keep that in the back of my mind, Sasha, too. the comment, it's bad, it's so bad. Yeah. Oh, I know. And they have the nerve to talk about other people's stuff, you know? Oh, were you gifted? Welcome to the Dragon Tribe, Sandy. Cool. Oh, that was from Little Miss Sharon. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, so I mean, that's kind of where we're at with all of this. And I will try to get let's see. It's about 6. I could probably do oh, I could probably do it in 2 parts if I get off right now and work on it. Um so oh, I know, Mark. It's so bad. It is just so bad. Hey, Scarlet Begonias. Wasn't the officer that said that Katie's neighbor yeah, yeah, Tori, that's exactly it. The neighbor behind them that has the footage is the one that apparently said that at the vigil. Now, I wasn't there, and some of it's not and that part has never been confirmed from the horse's mouth or otherwise, but uh that's what the hearsay is. We'll just say that, you know. Um it's hard to steer clear of narcissists, Sasha, because they're so manipulative. They're also very charming. So oh, what's your question, Sandy? Go ahead. But I know what you mean. Once you know what to look for, it's a little bit easier, even before the mask drops. You know, Sandy, it's been alleged that that neighbor did not turn in their camera footage. And then SF Investigates put up the picture of the backyard, which would have been the vantage point from that camera. Um, I would imagine the police would have it, but I'm not very confident in that. It's kind of like a 50-50 shot for me. It's like they might have it, they might not, you know. And again, they just don't seem to believe that there was any involvement by Chris and Katie, right? And that's a major problem because that's going to make it to where they're not going to investigate it properly because they're only looking at one angle, you know? I don't know if they won't let somebody search. I think there should have been search warrants because I think there should have been enough probable cause in order to get that, you know, in my opinion. Um, just the circumstantial evidence alone, and then coupled with the fact that, you know, everyone else was giving their footage. Yeah, you would think that they would. Um, well, that's another thing too, Sasha. They love money and they know how to use money to their advantage, right? Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. And they like to use people who have had substance abuse problems in the past in order for them to be a little bit cheaper to pay. Several neighbors would not hand over their CCTV footage without a warrant signed by a judge. Yeah, Kitty, see that's something that I heard as well. I heard the same thing. Yep. I slept in a tent to help find a kitten. These people are not normal. Aw. I know. And anybody would do that even for their pets. You know, even for their pets, they're gonna roll their window down and drive slower and it's amazing. Pebbles, I think they could have been threatened not to give it up. And we have to remember too that it's been alleged that Chris and Katie were going from house to house collecting camera footage in the beginning as well and having them send it over to them first, right? So they were interfering in the investigation, but who cares? Eric Craddock doesn't care, right? Sonny Weatherford, he was just getting too old, and we could tell by the way he was talking with Chloe Pi that he didn't really even, I mean, he didn't even seem to give a rat's ass, right? He was like, "Well, we'll wait till Detective Carter comes back, and yeah, well, you cute little ladies have a good day. I'm just this Mr. Cute little sheriff." Well, not so fast. I've heard good things about Mr. Weatherford, and I'm not here to talk bad about someone who's passed away, but in the same way, he was handling the PIs, in my opinion, and he did a good job of that. And they should have really dug deeper, in my opinion, and they would have found a lot more. I heard the same thing, Tori, that he scanned through the footage before Ellie got to see it. Yeah, and collected a lot of it too. So then he probably went over there and threatened people because they're scared to death, Tori. Grown men are afraid to talk to Jen with Astrology for Mystics with Jen, right? Scared to death. Just absolutely scared to say anything. Oh, they'll talk about old man whatever's leg that was found. But when it comes to talking about Sebastian, oh no, I gotta go. I see you later. There's something really wrong with that. No, he sure don't care. Yeah, Sheriff Snuggle struggles. He doesn't care. Did she really plead the fifth, and what does that mean? Well, just when you plead the fifth in court, it just says that you're excuse me, that you are exercising your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, right? So you don't have to say anything. If you go up on the stand and you take the stand in court, you can plead the fifth, right? You can plead the fifth degree and say, I'm not going to speak, and we cannot hold it against anyone. Everyone has the right to remain silent because anything we say can and will be used against us in a court of law, right? And that's where our attorneys come in, and we got to make sure Miranda's there. Even Johnny Cash thinks that name is wrong. Mark. What if KP was into true crime and following cases closely? I think they followed Summer Wells's case. Oh yeah, girl mom. And we talked a little bit about it here with the summer. Did they follow the Don and Candace Wells playbook, right? Did they use the same playbook as Don and Candace? So yeah, and I remember watching Chris McDonough, and he said it's so reminiscent of the Don and Candace, and that was after I did my video, but I was like completely weirded out because I was like checking the date, and I'm like, oh, he said this in the beginning, and here I am late, way late. But yeah, we did go over that and talk about it. So, oh Lord, oh no. Oh, so what's so special about this family that Ellie is acting this way? I think a lot of it has to do with their military connections. It has to do with Chris's mom and his stepdad's connections, and it's a good old boy system. It's a good old boy system that is allowing for it, in my opinion. You know. So, oh, Tori, it's just my channel. If you go to my channel description, you could just click the link. It's just Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com, no apostrophe. And I'm gonna also check that in between my email as well, in between. My real question to Katie is not where he is. My question is what happened. I sense those hours before 6 a.m. hold the key. How does she lay her head down each night knowing he's not there? I don't know. I don't know. Oh my. That's very well said, Rosebud. I don't know. I don't know how anybody sleeps in that neighborhood not knowing what happened to Sebastian. Like that would bother me big time. Even if I didn't know Sebastian, he just lived in my neighborhood and all of a sudden this kid's gone, you know? She is cold-hearted. Pebbles, that's the name of the song. Um that I used in today's video. It's either called cold. No, it's called Cold Hearted. I do believe. Um, I'll have to put that link in the description just so I can put it in there. But um, oh, thank you, Little Miss Sharon. And we are going to be doing a members only trivia, guys. So definitely get your memberships in. We're going to do that either next week or the beginning of the week after. And we're just gonna do a fun trivia, just to do, and then whoever wins the trivia will get like something special from my trip, kind of like what we did before, um, but a little bit different. I just want to, have you guys do the memberships. That way, you feel like you're getting something out of the whole deal, but also helping with my travel and snacks and that sort of thing. Last time it went really smooth. I think I did like 300 last time or something like that, and I think we hit maybe 200. So, um I'm doing well. The unexpected thing that I didn't know about last time was that when I rented my car, you have to do a $300 deposit, which you get back. So right off the bat, that's $300 that I have to come up with for the car rental, because I would never dream of driving a car that I own there. Especially not that Crispy likes to get people's tag numbers and stuff. It's a little creepy. I'd rather not. He already would love to know where I actually live. Mama Bear said Sebastian suffered isolation, not allowed internet access, Facebook, where he could have friends, and Katie, humiliation, had to wear adult diapers. Oh, took away everything he loved, psychological and physical abuse. Mama Bear. Yeah, I agree. Mark says, "Hey, I disagree, lady. I don't think that they have the power. Just my opinion. They are bad place, or they are in a bad place because of them." You know, Mark, you're not the only one that thinks that, that they don't have the kind of power that we're giving them. And you know what? I actually like that better. Because I hate giving power to people who don't deserve it. Especially tyrants like Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. She's a tyrant too. Can you imagine yourself living so close to the school, being afraid to let your kids walk or ride their bike to school? Well, I mean, yeah, Karen, good point. And they've never come out and said, you know, anything. And Mark, I believe that too. I think the police are just gnashing their teeth at the Proud Feets, especially every time they come up on a panel, because they heard about it today or yesterday or whenever. Yeah, I agree with you. And they should be embarrassed for being taken advantage of by two nitwits, numbnuts, in my opinion. Rosebud says, Lady Freedom, I think that song you had in your video should be played at the gathering in February. What and who is the name of the artist of that song? Let me grab it for you really quick. Um, she has a beautiful, beautiful voice. Um, all right. They're called Narrow Skies and Heart of Ice. um, is the one song. The second song is This Is Not My Home. So let me put that in the chat really quick. I love that you guys appreciate music as much as I do. I think it really brings a heightened level of deepness into the videos. All right, so there's the artist, and then This Is Not My Home is the first one. Oop. Sorry, reverse that. And then is the Heart of Ice is the first song. The second one is This Is Not My Home. So, thank you, Chuchi. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, join up, guys. We'll do a fun trivia. Like I said, I'll wait to see. I did gift all the memberships that I can for this month. Um, so I did do 10. Um, I love that though, Mark. I do. That he doesn't have that much power, not as much as we're giving him or that we see in the vacuum of YouTube, right? Because he's got a little bit of power out in these streets. He's got Clue and Cletus as his bodyguards, but um, yeah, I like that better than giving them the power. But because yeah, I've actually had conversations with others about that very subject, and just like, do you really think Craddock would give up his life? And I'm like, no, not really. If you put it that way. So, thank you, Brenda Calvert. Thank you. Yeah, gosh, that video is so hard, but I'm gonna be doing that campaign. I'm gonna be running campaigns and videos like that, showing Katie why it's important, because obviously she's missed the point. So um and I want to keep the focus on that too, right? Because we got Mob, they're doing their thing. Silvers is doing his thing with Mob. They've got that ball rolling. That was taking care of lickety split, right? 15 minutes, boom, you got it. And then let them play that out, but let's plan for standing with Seth. And if you can share out that flyer on all your social medias, you never know who might be able to show up, or who might come to show up, or who might have children who have autism and are on the spectrum. And the autism community is very, very helpful, and they are very, oh, what's the word? They come together for each other, right? They're very close knit, I think is the word that I was looking for. Yeah, almost shut down the internet. Yeah, well, we'll see. Oh, Mama, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. And if you got a membership from Mama, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. All right, guys. Well, I better get off here so I have something good for you later. And let's just keep moving forward. Let's just keep working together and doing what we do best, and that is being Sebastian's army, and keep moving forward. Same thing with Devlin. So, oh, Karen, great. Oh, wonderful. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe, Karen. That's right. Not much power than able to hire a lawyer. That's right. That is such a good point. Yeah, lawyering up is a big one. Thank you, Pebbles. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thanks, Scarlet Begonias. That would be wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you guys so, so very much. Thank you, Holly S. Thank you guys. All right. I will see you guys in a couple of hours.